Good morning. The hearing board is in session. Today is Tuesday, October 25, 2016. We're meeting in the hearing room at SCAQMD headquarters in Diamond Bar. We have one matter to consider today, and that is SCAQMD versus Sunshine Canyon Landfill, case 3448-14, a petition for an order for abatement. Who's representing the executive officer this morning?
Good morning, Nicholas Sanchez on behalf of the Executive Officer.
And Karen Manwaring on behalf of the Executive Officer.
Thank you. And representing respondent?
Tom Bruin on behalf of respondent.
Mr. Cameron, and Bill Beck and Bob Rooney on behalf of respondent.
Thank you.
Also accompanying me is Amy Beck, who's my trial paralegal, who shows you things.
Thank you.
No relation.
Those who will be testifying in this matter, please rise to be sworn in. Raise your right hand. Do you all promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. I did not anticipate the number of public witnesses that I believe are in the audience today. Primarily because we will be out to the neighborhood on November 5. We're in simply to make it, well, in part to make it convenient for those members of the public who have not previously testified to do so. I'm going to first ask for opening statements from the parties. Then I'm going to give an opportunity to those members of the public who wish to testify. Those who are representing an organization will be granted 5 minutes. And other than that, anyone else would be granted 3 minutes to testify. I'm going to ask we previously have had hearings in this matter. 20 members of the public have testified. If you've testified before and you're simply going to repeat what you've said, you're using up valuable time. This is going to be a very protracted hearing. So I ask you, going to ask those members of the public to please be concise and limit if you've testified before, limit your testimony to anything that is new. Simply, if you've already said it before, it's already on the record. Mr. Sanchez, how much time will you require for opening?
The district will not have an opening. We made our opening at the first hearing. The district's ready to proceed with its case in chief. We will provide the board a summary of what we intend to present with each witness. Regarding your statement, Chairman, this is a Brown Act proceeding, and so the public have the ability to testify on this. I think respondents, we have not reached stipulation on this, but because we do have witnesses coming from out of state and traveling, today, I don't have any problem with members of the public speaking first, but I would ask in the future hearings for coordination and efficiency that we set a designated time or leave time at the end of the day to allow them to testify. We didn't give them notice of that today. I don't know respondents' position on that process, but that's what I would recommend, is that we set time at the end of each hearing day to allow public comment if it's so requested. And then just my last request would be, all previous filings, records, transcripts, and pleadings filed previously with this board regarding this matter, I'd ask that they be included and adopted into the record. Thank you.
Mr. Bruin.
With respect to the last request, I take it Mr. Sanchez is offering those materials and evidence. I'd want to make sure I know exactly what is being offered to see if we have any objections. So I'd like to ask that the chair defer ruling on that until we've had a chance to see exactly what is being offered at this time.
After the break, then perhaps you can respond.
All right, that would be fine, assuming we can get a list of what exactly is encompassed in the offer. And then with respect to the public comment request from Mr. Sanchez, we're fine with that or anything else that the board feels is appropriate. I guess the question becomes if people show up in the morning and they don't know about the rule, how are you going to accommodate them? And I know the chair's been very accommodating in the past, but we're fine with whatever decision you make in that regard.
Very good.
With respect to the opening, we actually like to defer our opening statement to the beginning of our case. We think we can give a much more detailed description of our defense at that time because, frankly, at this point, we're not exactly sure what we're going to hear during the district's case in chief. So we'd like to defer our opening.
Fine. Before the end of the day, before we adjourn today, I will announce the time that will be devoted to public testimony for tomorrow and the following day. There will be a total time limit as well as a preset time when we will entertain the public testimony.
To Mr. Sanchez and to the chair, Sanchez, are you aware of the so-called third-party intervention requirement? Third party.
I'm not sure what you're addressing, Board Member Holden.
When two parties are in litigation and the third party is going to be affected by the outcome of the litigation, the third party has a right to petition the court, this party, to participate and serve their interests in decisions that be made for or against them. That's the law. Are you aware of it?
Typically, what happens is if there's an interest or a notice to consumer that's required in a matter that's related, we notify those parties. I notified the individuals that the information was sought in the last subpoena and their attorney. I did not hear a response from them. The only matter that is ongoing, to my knowledge, is a class action lawsuit. The issues are separate and distinct. I don't think either outcome of that would have, that I'm aware of, an influence on the proceedings that we're starting today. But as far as giving any notice or having any prejudice to any of those other proceedings, I don't believe there are any conflicts that need to be addressed by the district.
The outcome here for that which they're requesting could have an effect on them as individuals based on the information they're requesting, and they may not be aware that that's being requested, and they may be granted.
I think I responded to your question, Mr. Holden. I understand you're trying to have me identify something. There's nothing that I'm able to identify.
You don't know of any such third party that would be interested in this case?
I think
Like
that's
the
a very,
public, for example.
I'm sorry, that's a very broad range.
The public.
Well, the public gets notice of these proceedings, so they can come and raise any of those interest that may be at issue, and that's why we have the notice requirements for our proceedings.
Those public members who testified before this body previously are aware of the fact that information being requested about them, their emails, their telephone numbers, their address, et cetera? Are they aware of that, yes or no?
We have a protective order. We discussed during the decision of that motion that any evidence that would be put into the record, that the information would be redacted. So that was intended to address, I think the issue that you're raising right now is, would we disclose something about people without their knowledge? And so the district and the parties stipulated that a protective order would be put into place, and that if any information would be put into the record, that the names and identifying information would be redacted.
It was my understanding when we voted on the issue that we are permitted to give information to the respondents relating to the names, addresses, et cetera, of those individuals who had testified previously before this committee on this hearing board on that subject matter. The reason why I raised the question, because I'm the author of the law of third-party intervention.
Yeah, I'd have to look at the holding or how it applies to our matter. I can look at that, if I can get a copy of that and see if it changes my opinion. But I think the protective order that we put in place is specifically intended to address that issue.
It's something I think you should make a copy and give to each board member and to you.
Can you pass that down? Going to ask the clerk to make copies for the board members and for the parties. We have a couple of public exhibits that have been submitted. The first one is from the Executive Director of the Valley Family Center. It's addressed to the Chairman of the Governing Board, Mr. William Burke, and it's date stamped October 7th, 2016. We're going to mark that as Public Exhibit 9. We have also a letter on Kiwanis letterhead, Kiwanis Club of Northridge Foundation. It's addressed to Dr. Burke again, and we'll mark that. It's date stamped September 15th, 2016. Mark that as Public Exhibit number 10. I have 3 requests to speak. First one is Mr. Wade Hunter.
Could I wasn't ready, I wasn't expecting to speak right this second. Could I follow? Next person, please.
Mr. Joe Vitti.
And I would just relay, Mr. Chairman, we did put a copy of the district's exhibits on the dais or the place out here for the public to have access to them if they so choose to.
Very good. Sir, would you state your name, spell it, and then indicate whether or not you took the oath? Your time will then start.
I did take the oath. My name is Joe Vitti, V-I-T-T.
Your microphone's not on.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yes, I did take the oath. And Joe Vitti, Joe-E-V-I-T-T-I. My name is Joe Vitti, and I'm a member of the Sunshine Canyon Landfill Community Advisory Committee, SCLCAC. And these are my views today. I support the SCAQMD's request for additional mitigation, including those changes in the hours and reducing the tonnage. The odor complaints filed against the Sunshine Canyon landfill are not only a nuisance, but impact the health, safety, and welfare of the community. On February 9th, 2016, Dr. Cyrus Rangan, Director, Bureau of Toxicology and Environmental Assessment, County of Los Angeles Public Health Department, made a presentation to 100+ members of the local committee at the Knollwood United Methodist Church in Granada Hills. He made many comments regarding the odors and the health issues from the Sunshine Canyon landfill in response to many questions from the local community members that were in attendance. He stated, when you are talking about something like odors, no, I'm not saying you can't get cancer from the smelling an odor, but what I can say, yes, it can cause eye irritation, nose irritation, mouth irritation, throat irritation, nausea, lightheadedness, a feeling of ick, all those kinds of things. Yes, of course you can and do, as I, a physician, consider those to be real health effects, real psychological effects. Yes, because they are real. They're not the kinds of things when everybody is going to get cancer or a neurological disease or anything like that, but they are persistent complaints that happen on a day-to-day basis. But if it is interfering with your quality of life, it's interfering with your well-being, these are real issues too, and those to me are also public health issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on a minute. Mr. Vitti. Mr. Sanchez, do you have any questions for?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vitti. You said you were a physician. What type of physician are you?
I didn't say I was a physician.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was quoting a physician,
Oh.
Dr. Rangan, who's an expert in this area.
Okay, I apologize. Are you a resident near the landfill?
I'm a resident at some distance from the landfill.
How far?
I'd say, I don't know, a mile?
Okay. Have you personally experienced odors from the landfill?
No, no, I'm quite a distance from it, yeah.
Okay.
But I'm involved in the community and know what's going on.
And how long have you been on the SCAC committee?
At least 10 years.
Okay. And what has your experience been with issues raised by the community to the CAC?
What is my experience? We have meetings on alternate months, and our residents are coming up for the meetings for the last, 5, 6 years, complaining, and in particularly the last few years, they've been, the amount of people that are coming and the quality of their, the discussion that we have at the open meeting that we have every other month is very significant, because they're all disgusted and come in and just complain for the whole time that we have our meetings, and have a legitimate legitimate questions, and particularly around the school, Evanco School, there's a lot of activity there, that a lot of parents there that come in and complain, including the principal and other people involved with that school.
And does the landfill have a representative, or do they participate at these committee meetings?
Oh, yes, they're there, and they actually, yes, they do participate, yes. It's open to landfill management and other individuals who are in the city that are involved.
So they've also heard the same concerns you've raised right now?
Yes, they have. Yeah,
All right, thank you, nothing further.
okay.
Mr. Bruin?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Beck? Ms. Prusak, you had a question?
I just wanted to, if you could repeat the name of the doctor who addressed the community.
It's Dr. Cyrus Rangan.
Okay.
He's a director of the Bureau of Technology in Toxicology and Environmental Assessment, County of LA, Public Health Department.
Okay, thank you. That was trying to figure out who he was.
Question?
Dr. Lerner?
Again, would you spell the doctor's last name, please?
Sure. It's Rangan. He's a director, once again, of toxicology for this.
Thank you.
I have.
I have copies of this, my presentation. Is that something that you?
Yes, if you would hand it to the clerk, but before that,
Okay.
what is the direction from your house to do you live south of the landfill?
Yeah, I'm almost, south of, almost to Rinaldi.
Thank
So
you.
it's quite a distance,
Thank you.
but it's Granada Hills, and I care about what's going on in my community.
I understand.
Okay.
You may hand that to the clerk, and she will distribute the copies. Mr. Hunter's prepared now.
Thank you, members of the board. My name is Wade Hunter, President of the North Valley Coalition of Concerned Citizens, Inc., and I have been sworn. I do have copies. I'm going to talk about some charts. I'm going to get distributed to you. Also, I have copies of the speech I'm about to make. I call this the tip of the iceberg. The odor problem is far more extensive than has been reported by the SCAQMD, and far worse than BFI/Republic will admit to. People have testified at previous AQMD town hall meetings this year that they used to call in to the 1-800-CUT-SMOG number but gave up because nothing was being done. Some even said that they called the landfill, but when BFI/Republic came out, they claimed they couldn't smell anything. So between their calls to the AQMD and the landfill operator, nothing ever changed. The odors persisted. I have spoken to some people in various other organizations that have smelled the landfill over the years, but have not called in, the implication being that it was not their job and or they were too busy. And I listed some examples: Melviny Park, Department of Parks and Recreation, City of Los Angeles; Granada Hills Youth Recreation, which is GuyRec, which is private; Fire Station 18, City of Los Angeles; and Knollwood Country Club, which is the County of Los Angeles. They're making some distribution on some charts today. The County of Los Angeles Public Works Department prepared the three different charts which you're going to receive. And these charts are based on the number of odor complaints reported monthly to the AQMD between January 2009 through July 2016 in comparison to the surface gas emissions, leachate collected, or notices of violations. These charts also include potential impacts at the bottom from special occurrences and/or other factors which may have a bearing on the incidence of odors reported by the community. As such, I believe that you will see that the peaks and valleys on each of the different charts that tend to coincide with the primary plots comparisons and/or follow special occurrences or events at the landfill. Please note that while the odors from the Salton Sea did reach the area in September 2012, no reported occurrences were included in the AQMD's number of odor complaints attributed to the landfill during that same time period. So you might spot that one and go, hey, but no, it didn't get reported. So there's a failure to address the fact that the AQMD has validated the residents' complaints. And this is coming from BFI/Republic. If the residents or groups or those who might want to see the landfill closed, as purported by BFI/Republic, were making false reports to the AQMD regarding odors, it would not have taken all these years for AQMD to detect the falsehoods simply by the fact that no odors would ever have been detected, and or that the odors would not have been tracked back to the landfill by the AQMD inspectors and subsequently NOVs issued after the residents signed complaints. To imply that somehow the calls are coordinated also flies in the face of reality. Why are odors reported on certain days and not others? Why are there, when there are winds over 3 to 4 miles an hour or rain? Why are there few or no calls during that time period? Why do calls sometimes increase when they are performing maintenance on gas collection systems or drilling gas wells? How could an entire community communicate and coordinate with each other to the extent that the appellant alleges? If the, quote, they are all lying argument fails, BFI/Republic then resorts to implying that the AQMD inspector's only interest is in lining his pockets with overtime pay, again ignoring that other inspectors have responded to and or verified reports of odors and or have issued NOVs. It is interesting to note that when the first town hall meeting was held on April 21st, 2016 at the Van Gogh Elementary School, senior management of the AQMD that were present smelled odors at the school site, which they also attributed to the landfill. In closing, we will concur with all of the AQMD's request to place mitigation measures into effect to include but not limited to the shortening of operating hours and to the reduction of tonnage to 6,000 tons per day, and I've got all brackets more because we believe it should be more than that. We will offer additional mitigations at a later hearing date, which we feel should also be considered. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Wayne Hunter, President, North Valley Coalition.
Mr. Sanchez?
Chairman Camarena,
Lori?
could we please have these exhibits marked
Yes.
for ease of reference?
We have, first of all, a two-page document titled SCAQMD Sunshine Canyon Landfill Order for Abatement, October 25, tip of the iceberg, and that'll be marked as public exhibit number 11. We have then three graphs, which I will mark as public exhibit number 12.
Could we do an A, B, and C of those three graphs?
Okay. The first one is the, let's see, how do I differentiate them? Thank you. Okay. Public Exhibit 12A will be the graph titled Surface Gas Emissions and Number of Odor Complaints, Sunshine Canyon Landfill. Public Exhibit 12B will be the graph titled Notice Violation and Odor Complaints, Sunshine Canyon Landfill. And Public Exhibit 12C is the one titled Leachate Collected and Number of Odor Complaints. Ms. Manuel?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Hunter. Thank you for your testimony here today. Regarding these graphs, did you prepare these documents?
No, I did not.
Who helped you prepare these?
These are graphs that are prepared by the County of Los Angeles Public Works Department and regularly distributed to the task force, County Integrated Waste Management Task Force that meets monthly.
And forgive me since we are just looking at these, but is it your testimony that these documents reflect additional support for the occurrences of odors in the community in addition to complaints?
No, this is just a visual that goes to they took the actual AQMD reports of odors, they plotted them on the graph, which you can see, and then they were looking at various other reports, for instance, surface gas emissions, and then trying to see if there was a relationship there that could account for what was happening, along with plotting other notable events that occurred in the landfill, whether it was something that was under construction, just whatever the reason was. And so the idea of this was to look as, again, surface gas emissions that are reported, okay, they plotted them, and again, to see if there was a relationship. And they also did it, again, for notices of violation, for complaints with the NOVs issued by them. And, and again, you can see they can follow the complaints. The NOVs are issued, and they follow that line of complaints. And again, leachate was another interesting thing.
Okay, yes, let's talk about what's been marked as Public Exhibit 12C. That is the graph that references leachate collected?
Yes.
So around November of 2009, on the left-hand side of the graph, could you please describe what we're looking at here?
November 2009, we had basically in that particular month, there was 163 complaints that were filed by residents for whatever reason. At the same time, 1,019,538 is the gallons that were collected in leachate as reported by the landfill.
And is it your suggestion that there's a correlation between the gallons of leachate collected and the complaints experienced?
That was one of the reasons for charting, yes. Again, realizing that we use dry entombing in California to try to keep the waste separated from the one thing that creates all the problems, which helps to generate the methane, and that's when you get water. And so if you have a rain event or something like that, you don't obviously generate immediately gas, methane, but maybe a little bit down the road, it might take a month or two, but it's infiltrating into the landfill. The fact that, and also the amount of material that you're getting into the landfill.
Are we talking about the leachate material, or are we talking about?
Well, we're talking about what we're putting in the landfill. The organic, for instance.
On the leachate, because that's what
Well,
your graph
yeah, but the
represents.
leachate is a result of what you put in the landfill. The leachate is getting there either through infiltration of the rainwater through the mass, or the fact that you have high amounts of organics that are decomposing in the landfill, which are very wet, and are going down and seeping into the collection system at the bottom. So it's just kind of a measure of what you've got going in the landfill, what may be infiltrating from the outside, that it's actually reaching the bottom of the landfill.
All right, thank you. And my last question for you is,
And that, I'm sorry, because water and that does generate gas, methane gas, which is
Mr.
coming
Hunter,
out of the
I have a
landfill. There's a
question for you about
relationship.
leachate here.
I'm sorry. Okay.
have you ever personally smelled leachate at the landfill?
Not leachate, no.
Okay. What odors have you experienced at the landfill?
For me, depending on where I have been, I've detected methane, And again, methane doesn't smell, but it brings out particular odors. It has a sweet, chemically sickly smell. I smell that. I've also smelt fresh trash. Variously, where I personally live, I've only had a few occasions. I'm a little bit north of where Joe lives and a bit to the west. I'm in a kind of a sweet spot. I don't have a lot of problems, but I have reported them from my house. Typically, I've found them around the landfill when I'm traveling in that area.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hunter. We may have some additional questions as we look further at these graphs that are correlating complaints with incidences, but that's all our questions for Mr. Hunter at this time.
Mr. Brown?
Mr. Camarena, this is Bill Beck. I'll ask the
Okay.
questions on this witness. Mr. Hunter, could I ask you to look at that same exhibit?
Yes, sir.
It's marked as 12C, and you were asked about correlations between volumes of leachate removed and complaints. And I know on the first page, the first big spike is where there was 1 million gallons of leachate removed in that month, and there were 163 complaints, and those two seem to follow. You see that?
Yes.
Is that the kind of thing you're referring to, that kind of coordination of the spikes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But that's back in 2009. This hearing is actually concerned with the period from late 2013 through July of 2016. All of that time period is actually depicted on the second page of this
True.
exhibit. And as you look at the leachate volume removals and the complaints, you're not saying that between, say, October of 2013 and July of 2016,
Second October, okay, sorry.
you're not saying that during that time period there's any correlation between the leachate removal
Oh, yes, I
amounts?
certainly am.
Okay, based on this graphic.
Based on the graph, yes. You can see the relationship.
And that's based on the second page of what we've marked as Exhibit
Right,
12.
yeah, because you're looking at a high volume of collection of leachate. The fact that these odors are being reported by the community, there's an uptick. It's not, you're collecting more and the complaints are going down. That wasn't what was happening. Generally, they tended to trend together. And that was the point. And that was actually this was the first chart that was started off by Public Works in relation to comments that were made at the task force meeting. This was the first chart.
Right, and I'm just trying to give the board an understanding of what you based your statement on when you said it appeared to you that the leachate volume being high meant the complaints would also be high. What you're talking about is the comparison between the blue line and the red line
Yes.
on the second page of Exhibit 12C.
Yes, but I take the whole chart as a whole. I mean, I didn't put these together. This was charted, and again, it started 2009, which is basically the time that the odors started to get out of control. This is when they suddenly spiked. So this was the reason that they started at that point in time.
Right. We're interested for this hearing in the period 2013 through 16. So for that time period, what I described, though, is your basis.
I know what you're talking about, but the whole thing is that you had an opportunity, and when we've had an abatement hearing before this, you had an opportunity to fix the problem and did not. So as our contention is everything's in play. You can't just suddenly go, well, we did up to here and now we're only talking about this portion. No, you're talking about the entire record. The entire record is that you have not fixed this problem since January 2009. And so as far as we're concerned, everything is in play.
Thank you for your answer, Mr. Hunter, but just to get the answer to the question I asked, for the period of time from late 2013 through July of 2016, when you say you think there's a correlation between the volume of leachate that is removed from the landfill and the number of complaints people make, that's based on looking at these two lines in comparison to one another.
The two lines in comparison to one another, but not just from January 2013, for the entire record from January 2009.
And I get that you think a longer period is relevant. I'm just asking you within that time period if that's.
I understand, yes.
Thank you. That's all, Your Honor.
Senator?
Mr. Hunter,
Yes, sir.
you said that the county participated in making these drafts. Did I understand you to say that?
That I participated in this?
LA County Public Works, did you say something?
No, I am a member of ATAS, which is a subcommittee of the county task force. And so that I'm there regularly. I sit on there. I was appointed. by Supervisor Antonovich to that particular position because of our past involvement with the landfill over the years. And again, I would address that at a subsequent hearing, but our particular thing is we were told the landfill will never get closed. And so we realized that. And so we tried to participate in various problems, SWRP, Renew LA, things like that, the task force, in order to develop alternatives to landfills. In other words, if we're not able to shut them down, at least take away the organics and the things like that that are causing the problem. So I am part of ATAS. This particular charting started at some comments that were made by me at a meeting, and so they were interested and started charting.
Who made up the charts?
County Public Works for the task force.
The County Public Works Department made up these charts for the task force?
Yes, sir, using South Coast Air Quality Management data provided to them.
And how did they acquire the number of complaints?
Well, again, this is the data that's provided.
How did they acquire this data? Did AQMD provide it?
AQMD provided the data, which County Public Works utilized to produce these charts. If you were to check, if the county is to check, if I said on this day, on this month in January 2012, there were 163 complaints, if you check with them, you'll find that there were 163 complaints. Some of the other data is provided from other sources, okay? But again, that's not me charting them, that's the...
Did the county take the initiative on their own to draft this, or how were they motivated to do this?
Again, because of the discussions that we were having, especially when we got some wet weather, a little bit of rainfall doesn't hurt a whole lot, but we had some pretty torrential downpours going back a few years ago. They had washouts, they had infiltration into the waste mass. If you get any water into the waste mass, you can take a landfill that's been closed for 50 years, you put some water in it, it will start regenerating methane gas. And that, again, was our problem. Hey, wait on, if we're getting water in this thing, we're going to end up generating more methane, and again, we're going to end up experiencing more odors. And so that came to the thing, well, hey, leachate is kind of a benchmark. That's why we talked about it. It eventually gets through the landfill and into the collection system. So that was being charted to see if they could see that there was a relationship between, for instance, the leachate collected and the number of odor complaints. But it came directly from comments made at the various task force meetings.
One simple question.
Yes, sir.
Who do you work with in the County Board of Public Works office? I mean, in order to drafting these charts. Who are the individuals?
Oh, I can't tell you, staff to the task force. I can't tell because they change staff all the time. But it is the staff that reports to the county's solid waste integrated waste management task force.
So that department head of the Department of Public Works for the County of Los Angeles would have access to individuals who participated in drafting these charts. He would or he should have that information.
Yes, yes. County Public Works has that information. I did not produce these. I received a copy of this at one of the meetings of the task force meetings. They handed out this copy because actually Sunshine Canyon landfill is a regular item on the agenda of one of the subcommittees.
Well, for my benefit, I don't know about the other members of the hearing board, but I'd like to have someone from the county verify, certify that these are accurate and they were done based on the information provided by AQMD.
Okay, well, that, I guess, request would have to come through County Council. Nicholas, I can't make the request. I'm not authorized. It wouldn't be official coming from me. It would have to be through AQMD staff requesting that somebody attend.
Well, otherwise, anybody could have done this. If the county can't step forward and say they did it, then...
I understand, and I agree with you. I'm just saying I don't have the authority to ask. Mr. Sanchez, could you make the request, or whoever, to County Public Works?
The district hears Senator Holden's request, and we are coordinating with the LA County Department of Public Works. We anticipate having a witness. That said, the point of our witness is not to verify Mr. Hunter's data, but we will certainly make a note to ask if they recognize the documents and can discuss preparation of those documents if the county council, if the Department of Public Works witness is amenable to that through request of county council.
Requested of county council.
They're a separate,
I understand what the county's makeup is all
we are
about.
talking with county council and we are working on
You
it.
are currently talking to county council regarding
Absolutely, Senator.
this information.
No, sir, this information is, these particular documents is the first time I'm seeing them. What I'm saying to you is that we are coordinating with a witness from the department that Mr. Hunter says prepared these. So you will have an opportunity to question him at that time if the county council and the witness agree to appear and participate in this hearing.
They will appear.
Excuse me?
No comment. You continue to talk to the county council.
Thank you, sir.
And let's see what happens. Thank you.
If I may, if there is a problem, I know everybody down there, I mean, quite happy to make the request, I just thought it would be more official coming from the AQMD. But if there is a problem, I'd be quite happy to use whatever connections I have down there to get somebody to even submit a letter verifying and even resubmitting these particular charts to you, if that would make you feel more comfortable with them.
For me, yes, otherwise they're meaningless. They don't mean anything.
Well, yeah, okay, but I didn't realize that I had to have them notarized, but I'll be quite happy to do that for you if you can't get somebody here to verify that they are as distributed.
Ms. Byrd, then Ms. Prusik.
My only question was, is there any documentation, written documentation with the interpretation of these that was also provided to you, or did you only receive this graph?
We received the graph, not necessarily a pronouncement upon what was there. It's just, here it is, here's the information, you're looking at it.
Okay, so it was left for the group to interpret what the graph was.
What they want to see,
There was
yes.
nothing given to you that specifically spelled out what this graph was and the reason.
Right,
Okay.
and I, again, in my speech to you, I pointed out the peaks and valleys, and if you look
Okay.
at that, you may see what, there is a
I
relationship.
see some correlations and I see some things that are not correlations, and that, I just wondered if there was some documentation that explained
No,
what
no.
and why that might be.
No, ma'am,
Thank
no,
you.
it's just random numbers plotted and to see
you,
if
sir.
there could be anything.
Ms. Prusik?
I just wanted to speak briefly to the charts and the question raised by Senator Holden regarding whether it can be counted on to be from the Department of Public Works. And my hope, obviously, is that a witness does appear and can authenticate the documents. However, I just wanted to draw the hearing board's attention to Rule 808 regarding evidence, and just to remind the board that the hearing need not be conducted according to technical rules relating to evidence and witnesses, and any relevant evidence shall be admitted if it's the sort of evidence on which responsible persons are accustomed to rely in the conduct of serious affairs, regardless of the existence of any common law or statutory rule which may make improper the admission of such evidence over objection in civil actions. Just generally to state that there doesn't have to necessarily be a foundation laid, a chain of custody laid, as you would have in civil actions. However, it is up to all of the board members individually to judge the credibility of the witness and to judge the credibility of of the evidence that is presented, and to judge for themselves. But hopefully we can have it authenticated.
Thank you.
Got a question?
Dr. Lerner?
Yeah, for sake of clarity, having looked at data like this for about 40 years, it might be helpful if you, and I don't know if it's possible for the people who created this document for you to go back and graph it. So looking at the height of these things versus the complaints over time and see what the correlation looks like. That sort of gets out where things are going up, other things are down, and when sometimes things are going up in parallel, sometimes things are a little bit off in time, but are in parallel. And you can see that throughout all this data, which I find very, very interesting, and I think potentially important for us all of us in this room to understand, but I think having it graphed in a linear way might be very helpful and less confusing to people who are not used to looking at this. You might say that the graph might be confusing, but I think it may give some clarity.
Yeah. If I may respond to you, sir, again, it was not generated with an intent to have it appear at, an abatement hearing. It was generated to help the task force with some issues that they were dealing with. Again, Sunshine Canyon Landfill is regularly on the agenda. There's reports of the odors given, et cetera, like that, what the status is on the landfill, these kind of things. And I say that and every so often we'll get an update on this particular report. It was just a help to put something visually. If you would like something like that, again, it's beyond my power. You would have to make the request directly to County Public Works to rechart their data. I mean, I can't do that. I mean, we were lucky to get this to give us a visual to understand what was happening, because like everybody else in our BFI/Republic claims, these people are calling in willy-nilly. There's no rhyme or reason. They're all calling in just because they want to see the landfill close. And again, wrong. There is things happening out here, okay? Whether it's because of things that happen with the weather, the atmospheric conditions and things that exist in the area. We are below the Newhall Saugus Pass. The winds, predominantly, northwest to southeast. They run through. We can't get away from them. What happens in the landfill happens in our houses. That's it. The air moves through. They're stuck, but then they deny that they're involved. Well, if there are odors, it's somebody else, and or if it's them, it's faint and fleeting. Come on, we've been there, and that's why we wanted to see something that just gave us a general, there would be no correlation at all with any of these numbers if there wasn't something physically happening. They would just be totally all over the place, and they're not. And I think that was really the point. It was just a reassuring the task force that yeah.
Thank you. Your point is made. Senator, you had a question?
There is, based on our legal advisor, drafts could be admitted exhibits on the legitimacy of the. I think your statement was that it could not be denied?
No, it's just that it's up to every member to judge for themselves the credibility based upon the testimony that was presented, based upon looking at the charts, and my hope that it will be authenticated. But we wouldn't just deny admission of a document based on a lack of...
It's my reputation, too. I stand here and I'm under oath, and I'm giving you something that I received in good faith from County Public Works, which I passed on to you, thought might be interesting to you, the board as a whole, to help you feel comfortable with all these reports and things that are going on. But I would even go further and say, I'm quite happy to go and make a call to County Public Works and see if I can't get somebody over there. Martin Atinyewa is the civil engineer over there, and see if he can't get a letter written and an attachment with their official graphs, just so that you know. But obviously, I'm not going to come here to you and produce something that is false.
Mr. Hunter, based on your testimony, you are on the oath. Seem to me to be a trustworthy person. I'll accept these charts as evidence.
I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
These charts are not in evidence. They are exhibits at this point. Very good. Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Wade? Mr. Wade Hunter? Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Oh,
Cameron.
Mr. Beck?
Just two quick things for the board's benefit. You did appear at the first public hearing that we held in Granada Hills in August.
I did, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
So that the board will have transcript of that. And then also you appeared at an abatement hearing in 2011, I believe, also?
I did, sir, the whole series.
Right. And during your testimony in that hearing, one thing that you mentioned is that you could smell odors if you would go to the landfill or near the landfill, but not at your home.
Yes.
And that's still
And
true.
that's, I've repeated that same statement, yes.
And that's still true.
Yeah, I have made several calls during the years, over the years, from my house where I have smelled it. As I speak of a sweet spot, because I happened to see the AQMD inspector pull up outside my house, and I thought he was coming to see me. I didn't know why, but I thought he was coming, and apparently he knows my next-door neighbor by name. And apparently that person has been calling in odors, okay? Again, and with the point that we've always made to you, it doesn't come down as a solid wave into a neighborhood. You don't have a front where every street, it's on an east-west, is going to smell the stuff coming from the north. It comes down in pockets, in bubbles. So you could be 5 houses away and not smell, or 10 houses away, but then you might get a group of houses that pick up the smell. I just happen to be lucky where I am. The odors actually have gone much further, up to 3 miles away. Okay, and I live about, if you want, about 1.5 miles from the landfill.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Finished with me? I'm sorry, I answered your question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you very much, appreciate your time.
The copies of the Chapter 450 of the Code of Civil Procedure that that Senator Holden referred to have been made and distributed. We're going to mark that as Hearing Board Exhibit Number 1. In addition, we've now received copies of the presentation by Mr. Joe Vitti, and we'll make that as Public Exhibit 13. Next public witness is Mr. Ralph Croy.
Which one is this?
This was the first, this is that's the statement.
State your name, spell it, and tell us whether you took the oath.
My name is Ralph Croy. I live at 12901 Titian Avenue, Granada Hills, across the street from the Van Gogh Elementary School. I've lived there since 1968.
You took the oath, sir?
Pardon?
You took the oath?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
I've had problems of odors, dust, blowing trash, sinus problems since the mid-1970s. It has affected my health and lifestyle. Excuse me. I have been the past chair of the Los Angeles City CAC, I would say about 8 years ago or so, until the city and county CACs were combined. The situation has become substantially worse in the last few years. I just received some additional information, and I may testify further on that as I review the documents. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sanchez, any questions?
Yes, Mr. Croy, you said that the odors from the landfill has impacted your lifestyle. What do you mean by that?
Well, how do you say it? When you have guests, you don't spend a lot of time outside. And it isn't just, sometimes I have to say, it isn't always just the BFI. One time, just before Christmas, the school board put fertilizer on the lawns, et cetera, and it made it foul smell to us. But for the most part, it has been BFI. I mean, that was the one exception.
And you said that the situation has been substantially worse the last few years. What did you mean by that?
Well, the odors have been stronger and more frequent.
And are the odors all the same, or are they different?
They're similar is what I can say. Probably there's more, I'll call it sour garbage smell now than we had before, and stronger.
And at what time during the day do you experience these odors?
Normally early in the morning, but on some occasions it's like 10 o'clock at night. But I say that because those are times when we go out to walk the dog or we get the newspapers and things of this nature. So it may be more often, but these are the times when I normally go out, have breakfast, or get the newspaper for that time, or we walk our dog in the evening.
Have you ever made complaints to the district or the 1-800-CUT-SMOG line for the odors you've described?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever made complaints simply to just make complaints to the district?
I don't know what you speak on that.
Have you ever made complaints without you smelling odors?
No.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Beck?
Mr. Croy, just one question. You were in the August public hearing.
Yes, yes.
I just want to make sure we can combine your testimony. Just want to make sure we know.
Thank you. Board members? Thank you very much, Mr. Croy.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. We're going to take a short break, after which Mr. Sanchez will begin his presentation and witnesses. And also, I believe, Mr. Bruin, you had a response to Mr. Sanchez's request for to incorporate the exhibits and evidence.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that'll be after the break.
Chairman, I just want to advise the board, when the district comes back, we'll be referencing Exhibit 20, and I would anticipate the district will have live testimony for between 90 minutes to 2 hours to go over Exhibit 20.
Thank you. Okay, one other thing, we have 3 volumes of exhibits from the district, and they will be marked according to the tabs that are in the 3 volumes. They are 1 through 26. Similarly, respondent has provided us with a binder with tabs and exhibits A through ZZ, and they'll be so marked for identification.
I would just add, Mr. Chairman, just, for the parties and the board to have some flexibility, some of the tabs we've just put as placeholders. Like, for example, I didn't copy all the NOVs and complaints that were at issue, but if we do go into testimony for those exhibits, I would, present the specific documents that become at issue, and then we could put them in those tabs as we go. So there's a potential that some of the tabs may not have exhibits presented, but they are placeholders for anticipated issues that would come up throughout the hearing.
Thank you. They'll be inserted at the appropriate time. Mr.
And
Beck?
Mr. Cameron, along the same lines, we do have some voluminous exhibits that we provided on flash drive and did not copy in full into the binder. We typically put a fly page in describing that fact so the board would know where to find that exhibit. With respect to the tabs, we only actually have exhibits before the board right now of A through BB, as opposed to A through ZZ. We included the other tabs because we'll be using excerpts during the hearing, and we'll supply hole punch copies that can go in the board's binders to update them. And again, this is our preliminary exhibits. We'll have more, I'm sure, before November 10th when we put on our case.
Thank you. Okay, we'll be in recess until 10:20.
yours. I didn't know I wasn't supposed to put the exhibit letter on it. Shoes.
Oh, this is 13?
Yeah. It was Viddy's.
Oh, okay.
VD or whatever.
Yep, yep, yep.
It probably would be a good idea to mark them in order.
So,
So we're up to
I don't know what we're up to. Are we up to BB?
CC is the next one.
Okay.
Do you want to, which is which, do you?
The December 2015 presentation will be the first, and then the order will be the second.
Okay.
so Tom, our objections are going to be to the graphs 12A, B, and C, and to 13. 13 because it recites what Rangan supposedly said, and 12A, B, and C because those graphs haven't been authenticated by anyone.
Okay, yes.
So he's going to expect you to say that, I think, after the break, when you talk about the exhibits that Nick wants put in evidence.
Back on the record. Before the break, I had indicated that the exhibits for the district in the three binders, 1 through 26, would be marked according to the tabs. That will remain. However, at a previous hearing in this matter, we had marked other exhibits as 1 and 2. And so to keep things straight, we're going to have to remark those that were previously marked 1 and 2. Number 1 was previously marked. Number 1 was the stipulation and protective order. I'm going to mark that as Exhibit 0. There's also a proposed schedule that was made an exhibit in this matter, and it was previously marked as Exhibit number 2. Going to mark that as 00. And reason for that is that it keeps the 3 volumes and the tabs, it saves confusion from. Okay, Mr. Brun, you had a response?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I spoke with Mr. Sanchez during the break, and what he indicated to me is that it was his intent that the prior hearing transcript of the public hearing held in Granada Hills, and that all of the pleadings and papers that have been filed with the hearing board in this matter, including the hearing board's orders, all be made part of the administrative record. He wasn't offering them in evidence. He just wanted to make sure there was a stipulation that they were part of the record, and we concur in that stipulation.
Very good.
I would like to add, as long as we're on the subject of evidence, that this may not be the time, but in case we forget, I would like to note for the record that we do want to lodge an objection to Public Exhibit 12A through C on the grounds that it hasn't been authenticated. We have no witness vouching as to how the documents were prepared, so there's a lack of foundation, and of course, the documents are hearsay. And with respect to Public Exhibit 13, which was the statement offered by Mr. Vitti, there's a paragraph, several paragraphs actually, which quote a Dr. Cyrus Rangan. He is not on the district's exhibit list. We would, witness list, excuse me, and we'd object to Mr. Rangan's comments being received in evidence because we don't have the ability to cross-examine him, and therefore those comments are hearsay. And those are our objections. Thank you.
Your objections are noted. Ms. Prussack?
Just to remind the board that hearsay can be accepted by the board, but it cannot stand to be evidence of any one particular finding by itself.
Thank you. And so the evidence and testimony and other materials requested by Mr. Sanchez that they be made part of the record, that will be granted. Okay. Mr. Sanchez?
Ms. Manwaring will call the district's first witness. I didn't know if you wanted any additional discussion on Hearing Board Exhibit 1.
The one that's in the binder, which is,
No, the Hearing Board is Exhibit 1. The
oh, Hearing Board Exhibit 1, I'm sorry. Board members? Mr. Senator?
Yes, Mr. Sanchez.
I would just say is its application to the proceedings before us, I would defer to the legal member on the hearing board's position as far as the district's review. It simply gives the right to a third party to intervene in these proceedings. Because this is a notice proceeding and it hasn't been to the district's knowledge and anyone has sought that relief, I don't have any additional comment on it other than it does set forth a right for a third party, but to the district's knowledge, none has been sought.
Mr. Sanchez, how were they noticed?
The clerk's office gives public notice, I believe, in the 4 counties in which the district has jurisdiction of these proceedings. And so that would give the district feels sufficient opportunity for people within the area impacted by these proceedings to participate and/or to seek relief under the statute.
There are individuals, information about certain individuals that are being requested, and would those individuals have a right to know and therefore participate as a third party?
I think I've addressed the issue. I think what they should know or what relief they should seek or what issues, what potential issues are at impact, I wouldn't be able to speculate on all the issues that may be of interest to third parties to seek relief under this statute.
All right, it seemed to me at least when the names are requested, information regarding certain persons are requested by the respondents, then of course at that point in time we should notify those individuals that they should have or could have participated and whether or not they received proper notice to participate as a third party. Because that third party would be affected at that particular time. And they would not have been given individual notice that information is being sought about them.
Ms. Prusak, and then we'll go on.
I just wanted to agree with Mr. Sanchez's reading. I would need to read it a little more comprehensively, but of this provision as being a right that is conferred upon third parties to intervene at their own intention, but not a duty upon anyone else involved in the proceeding to give particular notice, and that the notice to the public as a whole should be sufficient of this particular proceeding.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. Yes, sir.
When certain particular information is requested by certain individuals, at that point in time, then it's clear to me that they should be notified that they perhaps can participate as a third party in denying the information. They're going to be asking for information about certain individuals. At that time, then this would come into play.
Senator, I think your point has been heard. Mr. Sanchez has indicated his view. Ms. Prusak, legal member of our board, has indicated her view. I think it's time to move on.
Well, it'll be raised again when the information regarding certain individuals are requested. Be assured.
Mr. Sanchez.
Chairman, if I may?
Oh, Ms. Manwaring.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman, members of the board, the district is now ready to call Mr. Eugene Sung as the district's witness, please. Madam Clerk, could we please reflect the... Good morning. Today's witness, Mr. Sung, is an independent contractor who serves as the technical director to the Sunshine Canyon Landfill Local Enforcement Agency. The goal of his testimony today is to provide an overview of landfills, to educate us specifically about the operations at Sunshine Canyon, and to discuss how the conditions in the district's proposed order are related and supported by his work and his technical analysis. The district believes, in consultation with other regulatory agencies, that we have developed a best combination of practices, and you'll hear Mr. Sung use that phrase throughout his presentation. With that, Mr. Sung, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Eugene Tseng, E-U-G-E-N-E-T-S-E-N-G.
And did you take the oath this morning?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Could you please describe what the Sunshine Canyon Landfill, LEA, is, and your role with it?
The Sunshine Canyon Landfill Local Enforcement Agency is the state-certified enforcement agency. We represent the state of California's CalRecycle state agency at the local level, and we enforce what we call the state minimum standards, which are the regulations that landfills are required to meet.
And you're serving as the technical advisor to the LEA?
Yes, I serve as an independent contractor, independent technical advisor to this agency.
Okay. Mr. Sung, I'd like to draw your attention to the photograph we're looking up at the screen here. What are we looking at?
This is a panorama of the Sunshine Canyon landfill.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes, I took this picture last week. What you're seeing is approximately 180 degrees, so we're standing on an observation deck overlooking the landfill.
Okay. If I zoom in on this picture, would you like to describe it a little bit further?
Yes, could you? Yes, okay. You can start from the left. Yes. So the offices that you see in the center of the pictures, those are what we call the landfill offices. The office for the local enforcement agency is there. Just to the right of that is the scales. That's where the trucks come in and get weighed. You can zoom over, yes. Oh, wait, stop. Okay, right there, towards the left-hand side right there is where they're developing what they call the new disposal area, the new cell. Go further to the right. And the dark line is the access road. You can see the trucks on it. And then right behind that little bush right there, if you want to get a zoom in on that. Yes, that is the current day, or for that specific day, that is the working phase where they were disposing of trash. So this, like I said, is about a 180-degree view of the landfill.
All right. EDC.
Okay.
Mr. Sung, in the picture, approximately where the arrow hand is pointing, what is that we're looking at?
That kind of light brownish material that you see, that is referred to as alternative daily cover. It is actually a very thin piece of plastic that's used to cover the trash at the end of the day. And just below that is the trash from the current day that's being put on top of the alternative daily cover.
Members of the board, you'll hear a lot more about the ADC as we progress today. Mr. Sung, is there anything else about this photograph that I should point out? What is this that we're looking at?
That is a landfill gas extraction well. So that is a pipe that goes down into the trash mass, and actually a vacuum is applied, and the landfill gas is recovered through this landfill gas collection system. Yes, okay. Can you go back to the picture? Yes. If you, okay, oops.
Where do you want me to be?
Just kind of zoom in just a little bit more. Okay, a little bit more. So as you look at the landfill, where we're having the current day's operation, that we refer to that as the working phase. So just to the left of that, you'll see go to the left. Yes. So you see what we call the sloped areas of the landfill. Those are the areas that we call areas covered by intermediate cover. So like I said, every single day we have to cover the trash. And if we're not going to be disposing of trash for over 6 months, we refer to the cover that's on that section part of the landfill as intermediate cover. So if you look at this picture and scroll to the left, you'll see that the majority of the landfill actually is covered with what we call the intermediate cover, because there's no activity in those areas for, no planned activities for at least 6 months. Keep scrolling to the left. Okay. All right. All right, thank you.
Thank you for that. Now let's talk about your background in waste management. Could you please tell us, what are your degrees in, Mr. Sung?
I have an engineering degree from UCLA in materials science, and I have a law degree from University of Laverne. I've been in the solid waste industry since 1972, so it's about 44 years in this industry. Spent 16 years with private industry with a company called American Ecology. We built solid waste facilities, processing plants, waste-to-energy facilities, landfills all over the world. I served as a research engineer, and then a project design engineer, construction management, and then eventually as vice president of international affairs for that company. I've been an independent advisor for the City of Los Angeles Local Enforcement Agency for 24 years, and with the Sunshine Canyon Landfill Local Enforcement Agency as their technical advisor for 8 years. I'm also a part-time law professor and a part-time engineering professor with a number of schools, with UCLA, Cal State Northridge, University of West LA School of Law, and I teach internationally on behalf of the US EPA.
Right, Mr. Sung, you talked a little bit about your local regulatory experience. How about federal government?
At the federal level, I serve as the task force leader for military for their Sustainable Solid Waste Management Program and their renewable energy effort to get renewable energy from solid waste as part of a national security initiative.
Have you been recognized by the federal EPA?
Yes, in 2006, I was awarded a Lifetime Achievement Award for my work in environmental education and for my work in environmental justice. The program that we started at UCLA in teaching solid waste management and process design and facilities design is now being offered in 60 countries.
Looking up at slide 2 here, the very last bullet point refers to MSW, Management Magazine. Is that a trade publication?
Yes.
What's your role with that?
Municipal Solid Waste Management Magazine is actually the trade magazine for the industries association called SWANA, or the Solid Waste Association of North America. That magazine was actually started in class by one of my students, and the technical editor of that magazine is actually one of my students too. And I serve on the editorial board of that magazine. It has an international circulation of about 25 to 30,000, depending upon the month.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sung. As you can tell, Mr. Sung has a wealth of information, has been involved both with waste management and Sunshine Canyon for years. Mr. Sung, are you familiar with an interagency task force started by the AQMD?
Yes.
Right. Have you participated in this task force?
Yes.
Do you know when it was created?
Around 2010, 2011, when after the Sunshine Canyon Local Enforcement Agency was formed, we were informed by the local community that there was an significant odor problem at the landfill, and our agency, our enforcement agency, worked with the South Coast AQMD to form this interagency working group to get all the regulatory agencies and planning departments together.
So you've been working with the interagency task force since its inception?
Yes.
What other regulatory agencies participate in that task force?
You have County Public Works, you have City Bureau of Sanitation, you have the City Attorney's Office, County Council, Public Health Department.
If I said regional planning, do you recall?
Yes, yes, City Planning and Regional Planning, County Regional Planning.
Okay. And there was an interagency task force meeting held on October 18th of this year. Did you attend that?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sung, in addition to all this background and expertise, and could you please help us understand what the material you're presenting is based on today?
Yes. The materials that I'll be presenting today, it has been compiled by our enforcement agency, the Sunshine Canyon Landfill Local Enforcement Agency, as part of our collaborative work with the South Coast Air Quality Management Board, and then also with the interagency working groups. So it's kind of a collaborative effort of all the regulatory agencies that oversee Sunshine Canyon Landfill.
And would you like to take a few moments to describe LEA's ideas about this approach?
Okay. Because the landfill is such a complex facility, it takes a lot of science and a lot of art, which is a lot of experience. The way we look at the problem of odor mitigation is we take what we call systems engineering approach. It's a very holistic approach that takes the best combination of practical preventative programs, facility designs, features, also the operational practices, maintenance protocols. So we're not focused on any one thing. We're looking at the combination of all the things that could be done to address the odor issue.
In your opinion, is the facility currently doing everything that can be done to address the issue?
No.
Okay. Moving on, could you please briefly tell this board what we'll be covering today in the next hour or so of testimony?
What I will try to cover is a brief history and timeline of the landfill, some basic technical issues on how a landfill operates and how it works, a description of where landfill odors come from, without getting into a lot of chemistry, and what has been done in the past to address odors, and then how can we still have odors, and then the recommendations that have, for kind of mitigating these odors, and what we can hope to achieve.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sung. You briefly described Sunshine Canyon as, LEA as both a city and county joint powers authority. So as we talk about the landfill timeline, before we talk about how a landfill works, could you briefly educate us on some of the historical background?
Yes, this is kind of a timeline of the major events, at least from ownership and from the enforcement agency standpoint. The landfill started accepting waste back in 1958, where it was owned by a small private company. In 1978, 20 years later, Browning Ferris Industries acquired the landfill. In 1991, the city portion of this landfill closed. In 1996, the county this landfill actually straddles both the county and the city. In 1996, the county portion of the landfill opened. And then in 1999, BFI and another company called Allied merged together to form a new company. But the name of the landfill kind of remained the same as BFI. In 2005, the city portion of the landfill reopened. So in 2005, there was technically a city landfill and also a county landfill. In 2008, Allied and Republic merged together, and that completed the merger, so it became one company. And in 2008, also at the same time, the city and the county put together a joint powers authority and actually merged the landfill into one single entity, would then rather have it as two separate entities. So at that time, the Sunshine Canyon Landfill Local Enforcement Agency, where there was previously two enforcement agencies, one city and one county, they merged into a brand new enforcement agency certified by the state.
Thank you, Mr. Sung. Today we'll be talking quite a bit about landfill gas, gas odors, and the landfill gas collection system. Did something significant happen around 2008 regarding the landfill gas collection system?
Yes.
Could you describe that, please?
Could you go to the next slide, please? Okay. I hope you can read this. So at the bottom left, this is a kind of the horizontal axis is years or time, and the vertical axis is the number of complaints. So this data is actually provided by South Coast SCAQMD, and the red line is kind of a running timeline of the number of complaints throughout the years. And what I've tried to do is indicate some of the historical happenings along the timeline so you can have context in what we're going to be describing, because it's pretty significant.
Right, so Mr. Sung, just to interrupt briefly, you prepared this image?
The original image was provided by South Coast, but what I did was actually overlay some of the more significant.
Okay, did you prepare slide 8?
Yes.
Okay, and it's based on the data, complaint data the district provided to you?
Yes.
Okay, and we were going to talk about something significant in 2008. Could you pick it up?
Okay, thank you. So in 2008, you can see that the odor complaints kind of skyrocketed, and that was the exact time, the year that Allied Waste and Republic merged together. And then that big red star that you see is, we're going to be talking about the 9 inches of daily compacted soil.
Okay, before we get into that, what year did a practice of 9 inches daily compacted soil start to take place?
At the end of 2010, so that's what that red star is.
Okay, and what else do you want to point out about this image?
Okay, prior to 2008, when Allied and merged with BFI, we know from historical records and actually with interviews with previous staff, is that Allied actually discontinued a lot of the practices in terms of what we would call best management practices in the landfill gas collection system. For example, they actually discontinued the practice of horizontal collectors. They removed a lot of the what we call the perimeter collectors in an effort to save on operational costs. So on its face, if you look at the odor complaints, you'll say, gee, right when Republic took over, they really did a terrible job, and the complaints skyrocketed. What, from our analysis, is that in terms of understanding landfill gas and complaints, when you operate a landfill, if you discontinue practices, the impact isn't immediate. It actually takes years and years to see it. So when Republic took over in 2008, they basically took over a landfill that had not the best practices from the previous owner of the landfill.
Okay, thank you for that. The next image we have here is another aerial photograph. This looks like a 2016 aerial photograph.
Yes.
Did you take this picture?
No, I didn't.
All right. Could you please tell us what we're looking at here?
This is an aerial photograph of the landfill, and the light-colored part is basically the footprint, what we call the footprint of the landfill, or the limits of waste. It's approximately 363 acres, and the yellow line you see right down the middle, on the left side is what we call county, on the right side is basically what we call the city. And like I said, this used to be two separate landfills, but now it's merged into one. But that is the political boundary. Can I go up to point out some of the other things? It's a little difficult.
Chairman, any objection to him using that? Actually, the audience won't be able to see that, so.
Oh, okay.
We need to record what he's saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Sung, where would you like me to point on the image?
Okay. Can I move it here?
Yeah?
Okay, no, I got it. Okay. Okay.
Oh, it doesn't work on those usually.
Let me try this. No, that doesn't work. So I'm pretty old school.
You can use the regular mouse and it'll work.
He's got it there.
Okay, so, thank you. Okay, can you see this?
Yes.
Okay. So
As you're describing this, let's make sure we differentiate between the footprint and the working face also for scale
Okay.
and scope.
So what I'm outlining is the overall footprint of the landfill, approximately 363 acres. The working face, when this picture was taken, is this little tiny spot in the center here, which we will see a blow up in the next slide. This landfill, like I said, this is city side, that is county side. Okay, next. So this is the area of just that little spot for that single day. So you can see a single day's operation is actually a very small postage on a very big footprint. And what you see here is you see the trucks lining up, and over here you see the light plastic cover from the previous day, and this is the current day's trash. So this is approximately 3 to 5 acres depending upon time of day and how many trucks.
I know it's hard to tell from this image, but it looks like there's several different types of trucks. Could you just generally give us an overview of what we might be looking at there?
Yes, there's many types of trucks. There could be small trucks from people bringing what we call self-haul. That means somebody cleaning out the garage, or a nurser, landscaper. There are the City of LA trash trucks that pick up the trash from your homes that come directly here. And the larger trucks that you see here, the red ones, are what we call transfer trailers. These are trucks from facilities where the local trucks take their trash to, they empty it and consolidate into a much larger truck. And because of the transportation efficiency afforded by these specially designed long-haul vehicles, they come directly from the transfer station to the landfill.
Mr. Sung, in that picture, could you point out where the largest depositors of MSW are? The biggest suppliers of trash? Who are we looking at there generally? What category is that?
Probably the residential waste is the largest sector. So this is waste from homes and condos and apartments.
And do you know the source of the largest component of residential waste that ends up at Sunshine Canyon Landfill?
It's from the city of Los Angeles.
Okay. All right, let's talk a little bit more about landfills and how they work. Drawing your attention to slide 11, Does this specifically represent Sunshine Canyon?
No,
Is this intended to be an overview of landfills generally?
yes.
Okay. In the center of the image there, there's what looks to me to be a purple area. Could you please describe what that is?
In the previous picture, you will notice that we said there is a working phase, and that's where the current day's trash is being disposed of. So at the end of each day, we have what we call a completed cell. Okay, so that's the purple basically for this diagram is in individual days trash that's been disposed and then covered.
Because this is new information for some people here, just briefly describe the cells that are below it. They are obviously older cells?
Yes,
Right. So going down vertically is older in time?
yes.
Okay. I also see reference to different types of wells. Could you talk about the two types of wells that are referenced?
You'll see here it says horizontal gas collectors. So right here, can you see the arrow? That is a pipe that's laid horizontally. So we call that a horizontal gas collector. These pipes are laid as the landfill is being built. So every other lift or every 20-something feet or so, they put a horizontal collector in. And this is built as you go. Over here, you see it says vertical gas extraction wells. Once a section of the landfill is completed, you put a vertical gas well down, and these are all connected together through a header system, and a vacuum is applied to collect the landfill gas that's generated from the decomposition of the trash. You will also see at the bottom of the liner, there is what we call a liner system that is actually multiple pieces of plastic and an engineered collection system to prevent infiltration to below the landfill. You will also see what is very significant is you see this leachate collection pump and a leachate collection system. During the decomposition of trash, liquids are produced. In addition, if it rains, the rain will make it into the landfill, into the trash mass. So any liquid that goes through trash or produced from trash, we refer to this as leachate. And by federal and state law, leachate is required to drain down to the bottom of the landfill where the system is installed to pump it out and treat it before disposal.
Mr. Sung, you were in the room earlier when Mr. Hunter was testifying, and you heard him describe problems with leachate.
Yes.
Could you briefly walk through how a leachate seep might occur, given
Yes.
your description of the drainage layer?
Yes. What happens, you can experience leachate odors or leachate seepage. The requirement is leachate actually drain down to the bottom of the landfill. That is a absolute regulatory requirement. So if your landfill is constructed in a manner which the leachate is not allowed to drain to the bottom or can't make it to the bottom, the only other place for leachate to go is to go horizontally. And so what happens is leachate can come out the sides of the landfill. We call that a seepage. And then you would get leachate odors.
And returning briefly to the wells that we were talking about, we've been talking about a landfill gas collection system. What in this image is part of the system we're referring to?
Okay, so the landfill gas collection system the major components are the horizontal collectors, the vertical landfill gas collection system, and then see how it all runs into the header pipes, and it goes to a flare system. And the flare system is designed to burn or destroy the methane that is generated by the organics that decompose in the landfill. And the purpose of burning or incinerating the methane is because methane is a very powerful greenhouse gas, and it has major implications in climate change. So state and federal requirements require destruction of the methane.
Okay, thank you. The vertical gas extraction wells, these wells are specifically meant for gas, that's correct?
Yes.
Are they also intended to pump leachate?
No.
And so what is the result of when leachate ends up in one of these vertical wells?
If leachate ends up in these vertical wells, it actually impairs the function of the well because if you're filling up a well that's designed to draw air, you're actually plugging up the well. And in order to fix that, you have to put pumps down on the well to pump the water out, or the liquids out, in order to get the pump to work more efficiently. In normal operations, you don't expect a lot of liquids at the in these collection wells.
Thank you for that. Moving on now, let's talk a little bit more about odors. It's not very sophisticated to just say trash stinks, is it? Let's talk about the different types of odors that we could anticipate or that we'll hear about today. Could you please walk us through those?
Okay. So for today's discussion, we're going to focus primarily on 3 types of odors. We refer to it as fresh trash odors, and I think pretty much everybody can relate to that because that's what your kitchen trash smells like when you open your trash can. And then landfill gas odors is the odor that we refer to from the decomposition of trash. Landfill gas in and of itself, which is primarily carbon dioxide and methane, those components themselves are actually odorless. There is no smell to methane. There is no smell to carbon dioxide. We say landfill gas odors. It's because the landfill gas, the carbon dioxide and the methane that's emitted from the landfill carries odoriferous compounds. So we look at landfill gas as a proxy or a carrier of smelly compounds, basically. And then the third odor is the leachate odors that we previously described.
Right. Before we move on from the methane itself does not smell,
No.
but it can carry other odoriferous compounds?
Yes.
Would that help us understand why some people describe landfill gas and trash smells at the same time?
Yes, because you can have combinations. When people say, well, I smell both landfill gas and fresh trash odors, what could actually happen is that landfill gas builds up pressure in a landfill, and it basically burps or blows through the surface of a landfill, and it carries some of the more recently disposed of trash odors through the surface of the landfill.
And drawing your attention to number 2 on the slide there, referencing landfill gas, it says impacted by the application of 9-inch of compacted daily soil cover. Could you briefly describe how 9 inches of soil may have made gas collection less efficient?
Yes. Prior to October 2015, for 5 years prior to that, the landfill operated in a manner where they applied a mandated 9 inches of compacted daily soil. So at the end of every day, there was a requirement that they put on a minimum of 9 inches of dirt. In real life, that ended up being somewhere between 11 to 16 inches, with an average of 13 inches thickness of compacted dirt. What happens by putting that much dirt is that the dirt forms an impermeable layer that does not allow the leachate or the liquids produced from the decomposing trash to drain to the bottom. It's actually suspended in the trash mass, which is not what the federal and state requirements are. And once the liquids are trapped in the trash mass, it takes the place of the pores. Then the liquids also migrate over to the gas extraction wells and floods them, making it more efficient. And then because they're inefficient, the landfill gas then actually starts blowing out the sides of the landfill.
And you said this practice was no longer used as of October 2015 or so?
Correct.
As we go on with our conversation today, I'd like this board to understand that the alternative daily cover that we discuss is an alternative approach to this practice. Moving on, Mr. Sung. In preparing Mr. Sung's testimony today, I did ask him to keep some of the science to a minimum. But briefly, this reflects the development of landfill gas based on the decomposition of trash. Is this what you were talking about earlier?
Yes. This is a diagram that's from my engineering textbook, and also it's actually from the US EPA. When we talk about landfill gas, you can see to the right-hand side where the little arrow is. You'll see that the landfill gas is primarily composed of carbon dioxide and methane, about 50-50. That's kind of the general rule. and that's what we call equilibrium.
And when across the top I see phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and that equilibrium steady state occurs in phase 4, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the approximate time frame to get from phase 1 to phase 4?
It depends on the kind of trash you're throwing away, so the composition, how much food waste, how much moisture.
Are we talking days, months, or years?
We're talking years. So you can talk to, it could be as much as 3 to 4 years before a landfill reaches equilibrium, depending upon the conditions in the landfill and the composition of the trash.
Okay, I'm going to move on to, we've talked about the different types of trash odors, or excuse me, the different types of odors from a landfill. Let's talk about odors generally. Could you describe to us what we'd expect to have very odoriferous loads versus what types of materials would be less problematic? And why that's important to understand?
Okay. In trying to understand where odors come from, you have to kind of understand what is being thrown away pretty much by all of us and by businesses. And we generally categorize waste by organic or inorganic. The landfill gas and fresh trash odors are generally from what we call organic materials. That is where the majority of odors come from. This is the stuff that decomposes rapidly. I'm not using organic from a chemistry standpoint because plastics contain carbon. We're talking about things like food waste, green waste, leather, leather, and talking about diapers, sanitary products, diapers, and baby and adult diapers. These all have organic materials, and this is the material that's in the trash that creates the fresh trash smell, and organic materials is also the materials that decompose. So the inorganic materials are things like inert materials like glass, rocks, and concrete, and things like that. That doesn't decompose, it just stays there and takes space. But there are a certain type of material, like inorganic material, like drywall, which is gypsum drywall. It's, the chemical name is calcium sulfate. The sulfur actually in the drywall becomes a source of sulfur that reacts within the landfill to produce sulfur smells. But generally, when we refer to odors, we refer to the odors from decomposing organic materials.
Okay. Mr. Singh, what is a waste characterization study?
A waste characterization study, the best way to describe it is a dumpster dive. You're going in the dumpster and pulling the stuff out and sorting it. So it's technically called a waste characterization study.
Okay, referring to slide 16, which is showing here, could you describe what is along the vertical axis? What are we looking at
The
there?
vertical axis is the number of tons per year. Along the horizontal axis is the major components of the trash by what we call material categories. So paper, glass, metal, organics, inorganics.
And each of those major categories has 3 or 4 bars associated with it?
Yes.
What do the bars represent?
The bars represent the source. The red bar is from homes, basically residential, and the other bars basically represent businesses.
Okay, looking at this image, I see a very large red bar up the middle. Could you please tell us what the significance of that is?
Yes. This study was done in 2015 at a city of Los Angeles owned and operated transfer station. And what you see there is that the organics fraction is the highest in the residential sector, and it's a predominant component in the trash that's taken from Los Angeles City to Sunshine Canyon. And you have to understand that the organics is the source of the decomposing materials that creates the methane and the carbon dioxide, which is the landfill gas.
So if we're going to talk about solving landfill odor issues, we really need to understand the import of organics and organic
Yes.
material?
Yes. Yes, what Karen said is very important because in other countries, they've actually banned the disposal of organics in landfills.
All right. What other factors would you like us to know about landfill odors?
In context, these are just some of the things that the landfill really doesn't control. They don't control who generates the trash. They, in terms of the context of the operation of landfill, they have to dispose what they get, or at least what they receive to a certain extent. And us as citizens or residents and businesses, we generate the trash. And there's no doubt that trash is smelly or stinky. There's just no way to put that. That's just what it is. And you have to also keep in mind that the composition of trash changes over time. This is really important because in the past, we used to have a lot of paper, a lot of metal, a lot of plastic, a lot of glass. But we've been so successful in California, particularly Los Angeles, in recycling, that we've been pulling out the paper, we've been pulling out the metal. Our official diversion rate of what we're keeping out of the landfill through recycling and other means is 76%. So over the years, what you've seen is that the remaining content that we haven't focused on is food waste and organics, because the recoverable materials.
So we diverted the non-stinky stuff and left the stinky stuff there. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's the best technical explanations I've heard. So, okay.
The last bullet point here referred to some state legislative mandates. Could you talk about some of the important measures here regarding organics diversion?
Yes. Here are listed some of the major pieces of legislation over the years that have addressed what should be put into the landfills. AB 939, the first piece of legislation, mandated that every city divert 50% of their waste from landfill by the year 2000 or face a $10,000 a day fine. AB 32 is the California Global Warming Solutions Act. It's a much broader act, but it basically required all the state regulatory agencies to focus on how do we reduce greenhouse gases to help climate change. AB 341, AB 1826, and Senate Bill 1383 are more recent. AB 341 basically says all businesses of a certain size have to recycle. But the last two are actually the most important. AB 1826 says we're recycling everything except for organics. Let's focus on organics. So that's what AB 1826 is. And Senate Bill 1383, which was just passed in September of this year, has a state mandate to reduce organics disposal at landfill by 75% by 2025, and with a 50% intermediate goal by 2020.
Mr. Sung, are those regulatory requirements, do they impact the landfill directly, or do they affect the generator, the hauler? Could you please focus on 1826 in particular?
1826 focus on the people who generate the waste. So this is the businesses, like restaurants and things like that.
Okay, so to be clear, these state legislative mandates are not putting new regulatory requirements on landfills right now, are they?
No.
Now we're looking at an image again of Sunshine Canyon. Do you recognize this picture, Mr. Sung?
Yes, I do.
Did you take it?
Yes, I did.
Approximately when did you take this picture?
Took it in June of this year.
Okay, I'd like to use this as a reference to, again, just walk through and summarize where the different odor sources come from in an operation like this. Let's start with fresh trash odors, because I think that's pretty obvious.
Okay. This is what we call the working face for the day, and you can see the exposed trash that's currently being dumped out from the trash trucks. And when we talk about fresh trash odors, the majority of fresh trash odors is from the trash that's collected and brought to the landfill that day. So this is the area of what we call fresh trash odors. Landfill gas odors are, like I said, generated from the decomposition of the previously disposed trash mass. And you can see the rest of the landfill. This is a sloped area. So behind here are millions of tons of trash disposed since 1958. And the decomposition, and if your landfill gas collection system isn't working, the landfill gas odors come out through the side slopes of the landfill.
Why is it that they come out the side slopes?
They come out through the side slopes because it's a basic point of physics, is that on top, where it's horizontal or pretty flat, when you're compacting and putting the soil on, you get much better compaction near the top. It's physically impossible to get as much compaction on a side slope because the side slopes are pretty steep. So landfill gas will seek the path of least resistance, and so it blows out the side of the landfill.
Great. And looking at this image again, where the landfill gas odors black box is pointing, that's not meant to indicate that exact spot, rather, but what are you indicating there?
I'm indicating the entire side slope, or what we call the intermediate cover area, are potential areas for landfill gas emissions.
Okay, so when we talk about potential improvements for landfill gas odors, understanding the slopes is essential. Would you agree with that?
Yes. It's a combination of improving the side slopes and improving the landfill gas collection system.
All right, to the left of the fresh trash odor indicated in red, tell us again what we're looking at there.
This light brown area is the alternative daily cover. So since this is a picture I took this year, this was in June, we're not using, the landfill is not using the compacted 9 inches of soil. So instead, they're using this alternative material, which is a very, very thin piece of plastic, what we call alternative daily cover.
Mr. Sung, you previously mentioned the landfill was doing that based on a mandate. Who issued the mandate for the 9 inches of soil?
Back in 2010, the odors were spiking up. The 9 inches of...
Mr. Sung, who issued the mandate for the 9 inches of soil?
The Los Angeles County Department of Public Works.
All right. And is there a pilot project called the ADC pilot project that you talked about earlier that started in October 2015?
Yeah.
Is that intended to test potential alternatives to the 9 inch?
Correct.
Okay. Before we move on from this image, is there anything else that you wanted to point out?
Yes. To the right, you see this dark... here, this is the plastic, the plastic liner under the landfill that where the liquids actually have to drain down to, and where the leachate is collected. So that's the liner that goes underneath all the disposed of trash. So that's what's in the picture.
Okay. And sources of fresh trash odor can both occur at the working phase. Any other places that we might be able to perceive fresh trash odors?
Well, of course, if you have a trash truck driving through the neighborhood, you're going to get fresh trash odors.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. We're talking about a lot of different covers here, and the district's proposed order addresses at least 4 different types. Could you please tell us what the 4 types of covers are?
There are
Excuse me, let me rephrase that. What types of covers are used at Sunshine Canyon Landfill?
There are 4 different types of statutorily defined covers at Sunshine Canyon. Daily cover, which is the statutory minimum 6 inches of dirt. Alternative daily cover, and that's what we call substitutes or alternatives to the statutory minimum. And then we have intermediate cover, which I previously described as a cover that has to be put over the trash if we're not going to be disposing or working in that area for over 6 months. And the final cover only goes on after the landfill ceases operations.
Would you agree that we're not discussing final cover as part of this abatement proceeding?
Correct.
Okay. In a little more detail, I believe you've talked about how the 6 inches of compacted soil is a regulatory standard, and that the alternative daily cover is an alternative to that. I see here on this slide that there's an approved list, regulatory list of alternative daily covers. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Is the material being applied at Sunshine Canyon on the approved regulatory list?
Yes, it is.
Do you have a sample of that with us today?
Yes.
Would it be easy for you to find that?
Yes.
Madam Clerk? So the layer being passed around, this is prior to application of landfill? Is this,
Say that again.
the material being passed around to the board right now, would this be prior to being applied, or has this layer been used at a landfill?
This has been applied since October of 2015 as the daily cover, alternative daily cover.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So the material being passed around is the material being used since October of 2015. Mr. Sung, is that actual piece being touched by the board members, one that was used at the landfill?
No, that's clean.
Do you have a dirty one if we wanted to see it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, that's why I mentioned that. Okay. I believe you touched on this, but I really want to emphasize the import of the intermediate cover and how our current proposed conditions in the abatement order might address that. So remind us again, where is intermediate cover applicable?
Intermediate cover is applied to the landfill if there's not going to be any activities for 180 days or more, so that's about 6 months. The regulatory standard for an intermediate cover is 12 inches of compacted dirt. And you're allowed to propose alternative intermediate covers also. There's an approved list. The typical practice, like we said, for intermediate cover is that you can put a pretty thick layer of soil or whatever on to the purpose is to prevent erosion. But if you start up operations, the normal practice in industry is to peel back that soil. The whole goal is to minimize the amount of soil in the landfill, because soil can actually create an impermeable layer, restricting the downward flow of leachate.
I probably should have had this image up
Yes.
to talk about that a little bit. In your opinion, was the practice of a 9-inch daily, a 9-inch daily soil cover, did that impair the efficiency of the gas collection system?
My opinion is yes.
And would you agree that the alternative daily cover on an enforceable basis in an order issued by this board would be an appropriate remedy to, an appropriate path to remedy some of these impacts of the past?
Yes.
And to be clear, what we're talking about is a thin layer of plastic in lieu of a larger layer of soil?
Yes. In this diagram, this is the practice prior to October 2015. It started in 2010 as mandated by the Department of Public Works, the County Department of Public Works. And they mandated 9 inches, and you'll see on average it's 13 inches. So that 13 inches, that dark brown, is currently now being replaced by an alternative daily cover, which is that plastic that we passed
Mr. Sung, just to
around.
interrupt, it might be a little bit confusing to bounce back and forth between 9 inches and 13 inches. Is the point that you need at least 13 to achieve 9?
Yes. In order to get a discrete 9 inches, because trash is so uneven, to make that mandate, you're putting on an average of 13 inches.
Okay.
Yes. The alternative daily cover right now replaces this 13 inches.
Just a second, Senator.
Could you tell us the gauge of the covering, the gauge, what gauge?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand
The
your question.
gauge, the gauge of the covering.
Oh, the alternative daily cover is 1.75 mils. It's like a trash bag. You have the sample floating around.
Okay. If this alternative approach for daily cover has been in place for almost a year under the pilot project, why do we still have odors?
Okay. So this picture kind of explains why we have odors, even though we implemented this alternative daily cover. So prior to October 2015, when the operational practice, the standard was to use the thick dirt as the daily cover. So this purple, dark purple you see here is the trash from the current day's operation. So that is the source of the fresh trash, okay? And at the end of the day, prior to 2015 October, the landfill was covering that with up to, on average, 13 inches of soil. So you see this landfill gas extraction well, this vertical one here, because of these impermeable layers of soil, the daily cover, the leachate is unable to go to the bottom of the landfill to be collected as required by law. So we have evidence that the leachate is actually migrating sideways and ending up in the wells and flooding these wells, and then, of course, impairing the collection efficiency. And because the liquids are not draining down, the trash mass itself becomes saturated with liquid and inhibits the movement of the landfill gas towards this well. And so the only other place that it can go is actually then blow out the sides of the landfill. And because the liquids doesn't always make it to the well, the liquids then tend to come out the sides of the landfill. So you have both the landfill gas smell coming out through the side of the landfill, and for any leachate that would make it out the side of the landfill, you would smell the leachate.
Thank you for.
Okay.
So based on what we've heard, areas that have a slope are more likely to have releases of gas than areas that are flat due to compaction. Is that correct?
It's correct for the areas that has the soil cover.
Okay. And at the landfill, the areas that have 9 inches of soil cover are more likely to have permeability issues with their extraction wells than areas with the much thinner alternative daily cover, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned leachate. Let's see. What are we looking at in this image?
This is the sloped area of the landfill. And this just shows that the liquids, the leachate, is actually coming out the sides of a landfill and are not draining down to the bottom. So we know there's issues here with the landfill gas collection. We have issues with the leachate not going down to the bottom of the landfill. This picture was taken in an area where the 9 inches of compacted daily soil was required.
And is this just liquid, or does it have a pretty strong odor?
This is pretty smelly.
Is it flammable?
No.
Okay. I'm going to go off the record for a moment, please.
Off the record.
No, that's the gas.
Okay. Mr. Sung, so now we've talked about the gas as an odor. Mr. Chairman, can we please go back on the record?
We're on the record, and I have a question for you. I see we have a lot of slides yet to go. Tell me when we're at an appropriate breaking point, and we'll break for lunch.
Good time?
Okay. I'm going to. Slide 34, I think, is a good place to break.
Okay. All right.
Get through the visual.
Oh, okay.
I believe slide 33 will be the last slide. It'll be appropriate time to break there. So we're almost there.
Okay.
Mr. Sung, in addition to people calling the district and complaining about gas odors, what other methods or how else do we know that gas is escaping the collection system?
Well, there are many different methods of measuring where the gas is actually coming out from the landfill. So the South Coast Air Quality Management District actually has a rule, 1150.1, that requires surface monitoring.
Let me pause there. So you are familiar with District Rule 1150.1?
Yes.
And what type of monitoring, what is the frequency of monitoring required under that rule?
For Sunshine Canyon, it's once a month.
And who conducts the monitoring?
It's a independent contractor that Republic contracts, and the reports are sent to you.
Okay. And so is the landfill divided into a grid, essentially?
Yes.
Right. Could you describe what we're looking at here, just in terms of how the grids are used for these emission surveys?
A monitoring grid has been developed and overlaid on top of a topographic map of the landfill. So every grid is labeled. So you have C4, C5, and every grid represents approximately 50,000 square feet. So it's a little over an acre. Every month, 2 general types of monitoring is done. One is done for what we call instantaneous emissions. So that's looking for spikes of methane. And then there is another type of monitoring that's called the integrated surface emissions monitoring. The instantaneous is a point location. The integrated surface monitoring is you're taking an average over the 50,000 square foot grid.
In these 2 different approaches, which one is utilized under 1150.1?
Oh, both.
Okay. Could you explain what equipment they use to do this measuring?
It's, I don't know the exact name of the model that you use, but it's calibrated to measure methane and other compounds.
All right, do they wear it on their back?
Yes.
Okay, could you briefly describe what you would see if you saw someone doing a survey of a grid?
They would have a long probe, and they would be holding it and going back and forth on a random path on the landfill to take the average reading of the gas emissions.
And are they required to do that every month for every grid?
Not every grid. Some grids where their current operations or where it's too steep or too dangerous for the person, they don't do those.
Okay, so exceptions for safety and for the working phase. This image on the screen, slide 26, is that overlaid over topographic lines?
Yes, it is.
And the colored dots along the left-hand side, each one of those dots, could you tell us what they represent?
The colored dots on the left-hand side represent a point on the landfill where there were exceedances for that month that exceeded over 500 parts per million methane. So you can kind of see they're all kind of concentrated in the center here, all these dots, all on the slopes of the landfill, and that's where the gas is coming through.
And what can you conclude based on that cluster of dots in that area?
Well, it's just not the cluster of dots. You have to take many other pieces of information together. The slope, and you see these blue squares.
What are we looking at with the blue squares?
Okay, all these little dots that you see everywhere, those represent a vertical landfill gas collection well. Every blue dot that you see, these blue dots, is a well that's been impacted by liquids in the landfill. So we know the liquid in those areas for those wells, it's not draining down to the bottom, but going sideways into the well, and therefore impacting the efficiency of those gas collection wells. And you can see where all the emissions are is where the landfill gas wells have been impacted by liquids. And the gas is coming out in the areas that are on the slopes.
Does analyzing this data help you develop a target for where you would want improvements to be focused first?
Yes.
Right, and what does this tell us?
It tells us that we need to focus on improving the intermediate cover. We need to get the liquids out of the wells and improve the system.
Thank you for that, Mr. Song. Now, the next image, could you please describe what we're looking at here?
Okay. This is another way to look at data. This is a different set of data than the point sources. So every little square that you see at the bottom here represents one of those grids. In the vertical axis, this y-axis, is the concentration, the average concentration of the landfill gas that's coming out.
And that's in parts per million?
That's in parts per million. And then the color represents where on the landfill. The dark orange represents the area where the mandated 9 inches of compacted soil was put in. So you can see, that the highest concentration is actually in the sloped areas where the 9 inches, and in the previous slide, those are the same areas where those landfill gas collection wells were impacted by liquids. So, as you said, we were trying to focus our remediation of the intermediate cover on these grids that have the most highest average emissions.
Okay, Mr. Sung, before we move on from this, I'm looking at the tallest orange column in the center of this image. Is it correct to say that that is it looks to me it's between 35 and 40, so let's just call it 37. So what you're saying is that would be an indication of 37 parts per million methane occurring at that grid?
Yes.
Okay. What is the current 1150.1 limit for methane?
I think it's like 5.
If you don't know off the top of your head, you don't have to answer that.
No.
All right. I'm going back to your to slide 26 here. Do you know if the limit is 500 parts per million?
No, 500 parts is way above.
Okay. So you don't know what the rule limit is as you sit here, but you know 500 parts per million is way above it, right?
Yes.
Okay. We'll come back to that question with a district witness.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to move on now to Slide 28. This slide is entitled LFG, which stands for landfill gas, so landfill gas wells impacted by liquids as of September 2016. Could you please tell us where you came up with the data that informs this image?
Okay. Every month, the landfill operators are required to submit to the local enforcement agency the status of every well that is impacted by liquids. And so that's what, this is for September. That's the most recent data that we received. And you'll see that the blue dots represent wells that were previously impacted, and the green ones are the newer wells that have been impacted by liquids. And what's significant about this slide is that the soil was discontinued over a year ago.
Excuse me, Mr. Sung, just to be clear, when you say the soil was discontinued, you're
sorry.
referring to the practice of 9 inches of daily cover,
Yes,
right?
yes, the compacted daily cover soil was discontinued, but even after it's discontinued, you'll see this blue outline. This represents the area at the landfill where the practice of 9 inches of compacted daily soil was mandated. And you can see that even in the new area, in these new impacted wells, you're starting to get water in them. And this is from what we call the previous damage that was done to the overall system. Pretty much all the impacted wells are within the area where the mandated practice of the 9 inches compacted soil.
Since there's a lot of information going on here, I just want to pause to make sure the board members and the public understand what we're looking at. The difference between the green circles and the blue circles again?
Those are the new wells, which
Which one are
previously,
the new wells?
the green ones, these, yeah.
And the older wells are the blue circles?
Yes.
Okay, and how do we know which ones are impacted?
The landfill has they not only monitor every single well, but they also will put cameras down on the wells to see how much water is in them.
Okay.
Ms. Prusik?
I just had a clarification I wanted to ask. When you say newer wells that are impacted, is that in the last year, or what is it?
No,
What's
as
the
of this
timeframe?
month.
As of this month, they are now?
September, I'm sorry.
And they were not impacted as of
Previously.
August?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to ask for another clarification. So are we talking newly impacted wells or wells that are newly installed?
No, these are wells that are installed that are impacted, newly impacted. Okay.
Thank you for that. All right. So 1150.1 monitoring, it sounds like it's almost, what are the chances that the monitor is going to pick up, be there at the right place at the right time when the side slope burps landfill gas? It doesn't sound like a very effective way of making sure we're monitoring for continuous emissions. Do you have any other approaches that you've used to monitor for continuous emissions?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to strike that question and draw. In addition to 1150.1, what else do you want to talk about?
I'm going to answer it the same way anyway. Okay. The local enforcement agency implemented a visqueen, which is basically a large sheet of plastic, visual physical test to evaluate if landfill gas is coming out the side slopes. It's just another way of looking at not so much measuring the concentration, but trying to physically and visually see, is gas coming out the side slopes of the landfill.
Okay, so we're on the slope of the landfill, this image here, and what type of material is laid over that grid?
That is a piece of visqueen, and I have a sample. It's clean.
All right, let's see the visqueen sample, please, Mr. Sung.
It's a small portion of a 20 by 20 sheet.
And is this going to help us see what it looks like when a landfill burps?
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at in this image? Wait, this is the video. ready for the video?
Let's go back. Okay. You'll see in this picture, the local enforcement agency designed a test where we lay down a piece of plastic and we tucked in the ends into a trench and put in sandbags, almost 300 sandbags, to basically make a little sealed section of the landfill.
To be clear, I use the term grid, but that does not reflect an entire grid for
No.
monitoring purposes.
No,
That's
this
a
is-
smaller subset?
Yes, this is only a 16-foot by 16-foot effective surface area. And we installed a time-lapse camera that took a picture every 30 seconds.
Mr. Sung, I'm going to point out a difference between this picture and this picture. It looks like you've added something on the top there and some ribbons. Could you
Yes.
briefly tell us why that was added?
Okay. The dark vertical ones are fence posts. We put a chicken wire fence around it so it keep the animals out. And we strung monofilament line with streamers on top to keep the birds off it.
Why do we need to keep the birds off of it?
Because we don't want them pecking holes in the plastic.
If we're measuring the landfill's burp, we don't want holes in the plastic, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's see what a landfill burp
Okay,
looks like.
so I'm just going to run this for a few seconds, and I have some stills to show you that I'll flip back and forth. So this is just a section of a time-lapse camera. So if you look at the surface area of the plastic, you see how it moves like that? Okay, so I'm going to stop this.
What's the approximate duration of this video?
This is only probably about 15 minutes or so.
Okay.
So let me stop it. Okay. So this is the next slide. And you see the time up there? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I went too far. There we go. Yes, you're right there. That's
Okay.
sorry.
See the time? It's 2:52 p.m. And the following slide is 30 seconds later. So I'm going to flip back and forth on the slide, the two slides, so you can look at the plastic that's laid down, and that's the amount of gas that puffed up within 30 seconds. Oh, shoot.
Okay.
All right.
All right, give us just a moment. We'll get back to the burping landfill.
Okay. To the right of that one. Sorry.
Madam Clerk, could you take us off the screen?
So how do I go back and forth? Okay.
Back and forth there. Right first. Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Sung. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Again, so what we're looking at is a freeze frame that differentiates, or there's 30 seconds difference between the first and the second, and what we'd like to draw your attention to is the change in the plastic.
See that see how it puffed up in 30 seconds? So if that plastic wasn't there, that would be the burp of landfill gas that would be emitted. So, okay?
This is a slope area?
Yes. This is in the middle of where all those dots are, where we're measuring emissions. So we picked a random spot to show that it does come out, not continuously, but comes out in burps, basically the pressure buildup because the wells aren't collecting efficiently.
And Mr. Sung, isn't this gas supposed to be collected by a gas collection system?
Yes.
Why isn't that happening?
Because those wells are actually impacted by the liquids. The liquids aren't draining down, and the liquids are suspended in the trash mass. And so the gas basically is unable to get to the landfill gas collection wells, so it blows out the sides because it's the path of least resistance. And we just wanted to see this and visually and physically be able to see this. And that's what this test was, is to show that it does happen this way.
What has been done in the sloped areas to address this issue?
The local enforcement agency has recommended a program to improve the intermediate cover because this meets the statutory requirements, but it's still unable to contain the gas because the landfill gas collection system isn't working well. So we're asked, the landfill is currently what we call dewatering the landfill mass, and that's a long-term process. But one of the most important things that we would like then is to actually improve the performance of the cover, make it more impermeable. And that is one of the recommendations that is in the abatement order.
Great. Chairman, I'd like to go off the record for just one moment, please. 1 minute.
We're off the record.
Chairman, may we go back on the record?
We're on the record.
As previously requested, you asked for a good place to stop. I think this would probably be a good time to break for lunch. We've talked about what the odors are and why they're happening. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about what we can do.
Thank you. We'll be in recess till 12:35.
Seconds now. Not yet, thank you. When we're done though, maybe. I'm gonna go raid somebody's Halloween candy. I'm done.
Nancy Wax. Oh, nice to meet you.
We are back on the record.
Couldn't contain my lack of unprofessionalism there, sorry. Oh, and the mic was on for that, fantastic.
Okay, we're back on the record. Ms. Manwaring, you may continue with your witness.
Mr. Sung, you may recall we left off after talking about the Viz Queen demonstration, and I'd like to draw your attention to slide 34. When we talk about moving forward and improvements that can still be done, the best combination of practices that we've been talking about, could you describe what categories those improvements fall within?
There's four main areas that can contribute to the overall improvement in terms of the odor control, and that's looking at continuing the alternative daily cover pilot program, and then of course putting in the improvements to the intermediate cover, enhancing it so it performs better, and then operational changes, but this is directed at the working phase to minimize the fresh trash odors, and lastly putting together measures at the transfer stations that deliver trash to the landfills and trying to reduce the smell of the trash before it gets to the landfill.
Would you agree that an additional category would address gas well collection efficiency and integrity? Is that something that you've also discussed as part of this process?
Yes. Every one of the practices that's listed in the slide will improve the efficiency of the landfill gas collection system.
All right, let's start by talking about the alternative daily cover again. We've briefly summarized what past practices were, what the pilot project was from October of 2015 through October of 2016, and we've talked a little bit about what the proposal is going forward. But could you help this board understand what? I'm going to ask to go off the record for just a moment, please.
Off the record.
Back on the record, sir.
We're on the record.
How does the district's proposed order for abatement address alternative daily cover?
The alternative daily cover was a pilot program that lasts only 1 year. The proposed abatement order actually continues this practice of putting in the alternative daily cover in lieu of the 9 inches of compacted soil daily cover.
What's the significance of trash-to-trash contact when we're talking about ADC?
Okay, the slide that you see up there was previously shown. What the alternative daily cover is doing is replacing that 13-inch layer of impermeable soil that prevents the leachate, the liquids, from draining down to the bottom. What the alternative daily cover does is, like I said, replace that with a very thin layer of plastic, which is destroyed upon the application of the next day's trash upon the alternative daily cover, thus promoting trash-to-trash contact, which allows for drainage of the leachate and for the movement of the landfill gas to the landfill gas collection wells.
And before we move on from ADC, could you please reference the slide on the board? What is it that we're looking at here?
Okay. On the right-hand side of the slide, you see the light-colored plastic material. The little strips of medium brown, that's the soil that's used as ballast to keep it down, so in windy conditions or rainy conditions, that plastic stays put. On the left, you see the next day's trash being applied over the alternative cover, and you will see a bulldozer spreading the trash over the alternative daily cover. And this slide is actually meant to show the scale of the size of the alternative daily cover at the working phase for a single day compared to the overall landfill. This is only a portion of the landfill, of course.
And we've seen this aerial photograph before.
Mm-hmm. Yes, again, this is just in the very center, you see that light-colored, tan-colored, that's the alternative daily cover. And just to the right of that, where the trucks are disposing of their trash, that's the trash that's going on top of the alternative daily cover.
And the district's proposed order would continue this as a practice in lieu of the 9-inch soil practice.
Correct.
And just one last image when we talk about compaction.
Okay. The part of the purpose of the alternative daily cover is to promote the trash-to-trash interface. So this is let's see, where's that thing here? So this is a very short video to show that this piece of equipment is a compactor, and it's going over the trash and compacting it.
And is it by this process that the ADC gets pierced and perforated?
Yes. With the bulldozer spreading, and specifically with the compactor going over the trash, the alternative daily cover is actually destroyed. One of the Sunshine Canyon Landfill's local enforcement agency's evaluation protocols is to take a look at the alternative daily cover after a pass to see if it's actually destroyed, thus promoting the trash-to-trash contact. And I have a piece of the alternative daily cover, which
You're going to spare this hearing board of seeing that piece of ADC, right, Mr. Sung?
I have it, but I did wash it. If you want to see it,
If any board member wants to see it, he'll make it available.
yes, that's what it looks like.
All right. At the request of Board Member Byrd, here is a piece of used perforated ADC.
It's washed.
Much more permeable than 9 inches of compacted soil. We've also heard quite a bit about intermediate cover, and the district's proposed order talks about enhancements to the intermediate cover. Could you please briefly remind us what the intermediate cover is, including the time frame that's applicable? 6 months.
Yes, the intermediate cover is applied to the landfill in areas where there's going to be no activity for over 6 months or 180 days. So the statutory standard is a minimum of 12 inches of compacted dirt.
And would you agree that the district's proposed order identifies types of different materials that should be used?
Yes.
Okay. And how, where will these materials be targeted? What was used, I'm sorry, where should these different materials be targeted?
This is a slide that you have previously seen where the monitoring of the surface emissions of the landfill indicate that the landfill gas is coming through the surface. And the colored monitoring grids have been identified as some of the ones with the most surface exceedances and also with the highest concentration of landfill gas. So those are the areas that we've targeted for the initial improvement of the intermediate cover enhancements.
We've also seen this image.
Yes.
What is depicted by this image?
So MSW in this picture is municipal solid waste, so that's the trash that's being disposed. And in the areas where the intermediate cover is put on, you'll see that compacted intermediate soil cover that's at least 12 inches thick. But because of the inefficiency of the landfill gas collection wells in those areas impacted by the application of the 9 inches of soil, we still have the landfill gas coming through the surface, even though it meets the statutory requirements of what the cover should be. So part of this order looks at putting on a spray in a form of a foam that actually seals the surface. It's a cementatious foam that's put on, and it helps seal the initial surface. It also helps enhance erosion and allows for making the overall layers more impermeable so the landfill gas can't come out. And it'll also allow for maybe the application of a higher vacuum for the landfill gas collection wells.
Another category you identified were operational changes. Well, what do you mean by this category?
So operational changes are referred to a number of practices that can, in the way they operate at what we call the working phase where the trash is dumped daily. There's already a lot of other operational changes that has been implemented, like rejection of very odorous loads at the scale house, of immediate covering of loads that are disposed of. But other operational changes are directed at helping control or minimize or neutralize the odors from the working phase, from the exposed trash.
How might we affect wind patterns to address the odor?
In looking at weather data, it's pretty obvious that when the weather pattern, when the wind blows from north to south, the odors are being carried into the neighborhood. One of the things that can be done is to install odor dispersion devices. It's like a small windmill. This is an orchard fan, and to basically create dilution and to disperse the airstream and potentially change the direction. Orchard fans have actually used to create odor curtains, so it's like a barrier to disperse the flow of odor.
Let's talk about some other technology that may assist. What is the image up on the top image?
The top is a device that puts out a very fine mist of water, and you can add neutralizers or other chemicals to it to control the odor. These are already being used at the landfill. The abatement order is going to require more of these at the working phase. The bottom picture is a new technology, so part of the abatement order is to look at newer approaches to odor control.
Okay, so the current order doesn't prescribe exactly which machine to use, but rather requires consideration of different technologies?
Yes.
And finally, the fourth category was odor mitigation at transfer stations. What is a transfer station?
Trucks can go directly from a neighborhood to the landfill, as shown on this. And for Sunshine Canyon, 80% of the waste that goes to the landfill goes through a transfer station, which is a facility that consolidates the waste. And at a lot of these facilities, recyclables are pulled out, and the residual actually ends up going to the landfill. So if you're able to effectuate some control on the odors of the waste at the transfer station, and then you can help minimize the amount of odorous materials going to the landfill. So that's kind of going upstream and in terms of a systems approach to mitigating odor.
Did I hear you correctly? 80% of the municipal solid waste that ends up at Sunshine Canyon landfill goes through a transfer station?
Yes, approximately.
Do you know if Republic owns any of those transfer stations?
Yes, they do.
Do you know how many they own?
I think it's 6.
As you sit here today, are you able to put a percentage on what goes through those 6 transfer stations?
I don't have that by memory.
Okay, but Republic does have ownership and control over some of these transfer stations that are the source of 80, strike that. You'd agree that they have control over some of these transfer stations?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about what can be done at the transfer stations.
Well, there's a number of different approaches. Prevention is like working with the people that take the trash to the transfer station. You can go back and work with the generator and say, you have to have your trash picked up once a week, not once a month. So you can do scheduling. You can do all different types of treatments, like adding odor absorbents and masking it, or you can apply, as it's shown in this picture, adding a neutralizer or an odor absorbent as part of the process at a transfer station before the trash goes to the landfill.
Does the district's proposed order for abatement have specific recommendations of what has to happen at transfer stations?
Not specifically, but it's there's an ongoing study that the local enforcement agency is doing in terms of identifying the best management practices, and then recommendations will be made.
So the recommendations may be derived from the study being performed by the LEA. Is
Yes,
that correct?
correct.
Do you know what the time frame for that study is?
1 month.
Thank you. We talked earlier about what has changed and why there are still odors. Mr. Singh, do you think things are improving, and why or why not?
Okay. I would say things are improving, but there are still continuing odors. To remind the board is that the approach was really a very large-scale systems approach. It's very holistic. It deals not just with the trash at the landfill. We're actually looking at the trash going to the landfill. And in the short term, we're looking at all the things we can do with the landfill operations within the control of South Coast SCAQMD and within the control of the LEA. And that's expanded to the facilities within Republic's control. So those are the transfer stations owned by Republic. So as part of the transfer station study, we're looking at all the other transfer stations in LA County that end up taking trash to Sunshine. And so those other transfer stations are within the control of the local enforcement agency for the County of Los Angeles and the City of Los Angeles. And so both the City of Los Angeles, LEA, and the County local enforcement agency have been working with the LEA for Sunshine Canyon in assessing the odor mitigation practices at all those other transfer stations. So it's a very, very extensive effort. In the medium or long term, really the most important thing is looking at changing the overall infrastructure, the solid waste management system. And that goes directly with what kind of trash is being disposed and addressing how much organics is in the waste stream. That is probably the single most important thing that can be focused on.
When you say that's the single most important thing that can be focused on, whose focus are you talking about there?
I'm talking about, this is not just Republic's control, but within the control of local government and county government and state government. Like we discussed before, there are legislation that mandates a certain amount of organics be diverted from landfill disposal. So if the infrastructure can be addressed by speeding up the programs and the facilities to divert the organics, that would be making a huge difference at the landfill.
Okay, let me try to ask you that question as to Republic now. Could you identify what you think are the most important things to focus on that are within the control of the landfill?
Yes, that would be the intermediate cover, continuing the alternative daily cover, continuing dewatering the existing landfill gas wells, better monitoring, and implementing those discussed operational changes at the working phase.
All right, thank you for that summary. You testified earlier that you have looked at the district's data for odor complaints. Have you had an opportunity to look at number of complaints by the type of odor?
Yes, I have.
All right, over what time frame did you take a look at these complaints?
Okay. In the chart before you represents the number of complaints by the type of odor for a very specific period from 2014 to 2015, and then from 2015 to 2016. This chart was developed in response to the request that the Sunshine Canyon Local Enforcement Agency evaluate the performance of the alternative daily cover. And you see that the hours that we're only looking at the odor complaints is from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Because the landfill closed.
Let me stop you right there for a second. What is the significance of 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. at Sunshine Canyon Landfill?
As the landfill closes at 6 p.m., so
By closed, do you mean they shut all operations down? What closes?
it means no more new trash trucks can come in. And
Okay, so they stop receiving?
yes.
Thank you.
And then the alternative daily cover at the end of the day is put on, and that takes a few hours.
So sometime after they stop receiving trash at 6 p.m., they start to lay the alternative daily cover?
Correct. And then at 6 a.m., that's when operations begin, and that's when the trash trucks from the next day come in. So it's not the best assessment in terms of the alternative daily cover, but this is one of the methods that was agreed upon as one of the protocols, is to look at the number and type of complaints. So you can see from 2014 to 2015, that's when the 9 inches of compacted daily soil cover was implemented. It was in actual use. And then on the right-hand side, from November 1st to 2015 to 2016, that's when the alternative daily cover was in use.
Let me interrupt you just briefly there. So the right-hand side reflects the year that the ADC pilot project was in place, and the left-hand side refers to prior to that.
Correct.
All right. And what trends can you observe based on your analysis of the complaint data?
If you look at the count by the type of odor that was reported by the community to SCAQMD, you'll see that all the different classifications went down in number of complaints.
I think that's probably a too generalized summary. But let me ask you a different question. To the uninitiated, it might be a little bit confusing. Look at gas, other with gas, other with trash and gas. Can you help us understand why you broke your analysis down into these categories?
The categories is the categories that represents the description that the community members provided when they called in the complaints to SCAQMD. They said, well, it smells like glass, or it smells like fresh trash. So this data came directly from your database.
Okay. Thank you for that. Now, I want to differentiate between this. How is this data different than what we just presented? What are we looking at here?
Okay. That was the number of complaints by the type of odor. This is the number of days where there were actually complaints by the type of odor.
Okay, so we're comparing the same time frame on the left side and the right side as we were in the previous slide. All right, so the year from November of 2014 through May of 2015, the number of gas complaints received, what's the number there, do you see?
77 down to 64.
Okay, and would you agree that every column on the right-hand side has decreased?
Looks like it.
Okay. And so what you're suggesting, what are you suggesting by this data?
No, it's just general trend. It's just one of the factors that we use to evaluate the performance of the alternative daily cover. This is one of the many protocols that was developed in conjunction between SCAQMD and the local enforcement agency.
All right, I know we've talked a little bit about this already, but I just want to highlight some of the important issues we need to keep in mind. Why do we still have odors, and what are we waiting on? Mr. Sung, are any of the fixes we have,
Just a second. Senator has a question.
Those changes, do you consider those changes to be significant?
Oh, those changes will be very significant.
What I see here is significant,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Senator Holden, which changes are you referring to?
from left to right.
Okay, he's referring to the data on, okay.
Yeah, the number of days by type of odor complaint.
Okay. There, just by the count, it shows an improvement, but significant, I think, to the community means no complaints. So it's all relative. But it just shows a trend of less complaints and less days that people are complaining.
A few moments ago, Mr. Sung, I asked you what you think are the most important things that Sunshine Canyon Landfill should focus on. Could you please remind us again?
The slide before you shows 6 mitigation measures that I think are very important to be implemented as part of the abatement order. Continue and expand the use of the alternative daily cover. This has long-term implications to improving the overall efficiency of the landfill gas collection system. We need to immediately improve the intermediate cover because if you look at the landfill, the single largest surface area is all intermediate cover. We need to implement the working.
It's
Okay.
same information.
All right. On the slide before you, like I said, the alternative daily cover really is the first step to improving the landfill gas collection. Oops. You want to go back one? Okay. So, all right. Okay. So, why do we have continuing odors?
I'd like to go off the record for a moment, please.
Off the record. We're on the record.
Thank you. Mr. Sung, I'd like to draw your attention to the image on slide 59 here, and as we're discussing why odors continue. Could you please walk us through this diagram so we know what we're looking at?
This diagram depicts what is operationally happening currently.
Well, let me interrupt there. On the left-hand side, the lines look a little bit thicker. What is meant to be represented by the thick brown lines in between each cell?
As discussed before, this represents the 13 inches of compacted daily soil average that's put in place for the last 5 years. And these little blue arrows represent the liquids that are unable to go down to the bottom of the landfill to be collected by the leachate collection system because of the impermeable layers, and thus going into these extraction wells and affecting the overall collection efficiency.
And on the right-hand side, we don't have thick brown lines, we have thin blue lines.
Yes.
What does that represent?
The thin blue lines represent the alternative daily cover, which is destroyed and thus promoting the trash-to-trash contact, allowing the leachate, the liquids, to go down to the bottom of the landfill, and also then allowing the movement of landfill gas collection to the vertical collection wells. This interface between the current operations using the alternative daily cover and the previous operations is pretty significant because, as you have seen from those videos and the time-lapse photo, the landfill gas is blowing out the side of the landfill because of the inefficiency of the gas collection system in this area impacted by the soil. So by filling up the trash and using the alternative daily cover, you create a buffer that will absorb the landfill gas and the leachate that may come out through the side slope into this new cell, these new cells, and then allowing the gas to move freely to the new landfill gas collection vertical wells that will be installed. So filling up against the previously damaged area is considered a remediation measure in terms of continuing the use of the alternative daily cover. On the left, you will see that because the majority of the landfill for the last 5 years had been impacted, we have to improve this intermediate cover to control this landfill gas and leachate coming out the left side of this landfill.
Okay. To summarize some of the information you've presented, we would expect the areas with a 9-inch of compacted soil to impact the gas collection system, correct?
Could you say that again, please?
Areas where there's 9 inches of soil instead of the ADC, would we expect the gas collection system to work better or worse?
Worse.
Worse. You also shared with us that gas flows to the place of the path of least resistance, and the slope we're less able to compact a slope. Is that an accurate summary of your
Yes.
description? Okay, so based on those two factors, where in this diagram would we be most likely to experience a landfill gas odor?
On the left-hand side, where the intermediate cover, although it meets statutory requirements, cannot contain the gas because of the pressure buildup, because of the inefficiency of the landfill gas collection well.
So even though this meets statutory requirements, there's still room to improve?
There's always room to improve.
What are your thoughts about statutory requirements? Do they represent the gold standard?
No, from an engineering and legal standpoint, the way I'm looking at statutory requirements, it represents a minimum technical standard. And if the desired effect or the performance is not met by the minimum standard, you have to use a higher standard.
And would you agree that strike that question? Mr. Sunk, do you have any reason to believe, with regards to intermediate cover, Republic is not meeting the regulatory standard?
No, they are meeting the regulatory standard, but it's not meeting the full performance that is required of the intermediate cover.
So they need to go above and beyond the regulatory standard in order to improve the situation?
Correct.
Moving on to slide 60, I believe that you've already described most of these
Yes.
actions, so I'm going to move on. We're looking here at slide 61 is October 2016, a photograph of Sunshine Canyon landfill. What's the difference between the red area and the green area that's being depicted here?
Okay, I took this picture last week, so it's pretty current. So again, this is a 180-degree view of the landfill. And you will see on the right-hand side what is depicted in green, the little dotted green areas. That is the working phase where you get fresh trash odors. And underneath this green area is the only area in the landfill for the last 6 years where there is no 9 inches of soil. So this is the surface area and also the volume underneath it. What is outlined in dotted red is the area, the side slopes and the top, the flat areas of the landfill, so you can have the context of how important it is, because the dotted red area represents the intermediate cover, and those are the areas that need to be covered or enhanced to prevent the landfill gas from coming through. The dotted red area is the kind of our visual view of the areas that has been impacted by the 9 inches of compacted daily soil. So if you look at the relative volume, you'll understand the importance of addressing the intermediate cover in terms of the relative context of things. I'm actually, on taking this photograph, I'm standing on solid waste, and to the left of the picture, there's no red dotted line. All those areas, some of those areas don't have trash, but then the area that I'm standing on is trash from as early as 1958, but we do not have any surface exceedances or any of the wells that are impacted with water. It's only within the dotted red line area.
I fear I may be getting somewhat repetitive, but I invite you, I want to keep going back to this idea of best combination of practices. On slide 62, we're looking at similar photographs, but it looks like there's a time difference. Did you take both of the photographs on slide 62?
Yes, on those dates indicated.
Okay, so the top photograph was taken by you in June of this year?
Yes,
And a few months later in October, the bottom photograph was taken?
correct.
Could you please highlight the changes in the photograph, in between the two photographs?
Okay. If you look at, I put some letters just for reference points. So if you look at the top picture taken on June 29th of this year, you'll see here's the access road, and you'll see the level of the trash that's being disposed in this new cell, which does not have any 9-inch compacted daily soil cover. Instead is using, where I'm pointing, alternative cover. So within the few months, you see how high it actually got. That is very significant because this cell, if history repeats itself, will not have landfill gas collection wells that will be filled with water. It'll collect the gas correctly, and it'll allow leachate to drain to the bottom of the landfill as required by law. And then you see where A is? That is the side slope with the intermediate cover from trash that is disposed that has the 9 inches of compacted soil cover, and where landfill gas emissions and leachate can potentially come through. So by filling up against it, that's that interface area, we're actually remediating this side slope by filling up against it and buffering it and being able to capture, hopefully, the landfill gas that comes into the new cell.
In all those practices combined, would it be your opinion that that would be the best combination of practices going forward to improve the odor issues we've been discussing?
Yes, in conjunction with, if possible, working on organics.
Walking on the organics too, all right. And your recommendations, what is the source of the information and ideas?
Okay. As the technical advisor, independent advisor for the local enforcement agency, in conjunction with the local enforcement agency staff and with AQMD staff, we've been, at least on the LEA side, we've been conducting pretty extensive independent research. And this is all our research and backup documentation and have been provided to the interagency task force. And all our analysis and recommendations is publicly available on our local enforcement agency website. What's really important is that the analysis was done independently. So we duplicated a lot of the analysis that AQMD did just to verify that they did do it correctly. And we took it another step further and did extensive what we call data mining of the data to create a lot of the graphics for this presentation.
And the basis of the recommendations, in addition to this independent analysis, what else did you rely on?
One of the things that we relied on is to look at what we call the best management practices, and looking at the historical documents behind the regulations and the technical data that allowed the development of the regulations. We wanted to make sure that all the recommendations that we had described is consistent with federal, state, local, and international best management practices for operating landfills. So here is listed some of the documents that we relied on and used as references, but we made sure that our recommendations is consistent with all these different documents, pretty much with all of the federal US EPA landfill best management practices documents, including the historical documents on why we have daily cover, looked at the most recent training classes on landfill operations and daily cover sponsored by Cal Recycle, which is the California EPA organization that oversees solid waste management in the state of California, looking at their best management practices manuals on landfill operations, looking at the industry's landfill certification training programs and their training manuals, looking at the engineering textbooks that are used in university to teach landfill design. We also looked at the professional engineering certification classes and their textbooks to make sure that what we were recommending was actually consistent with what was being taught and required of professional engineers to be certified as a professional engineer. And we relied a lot on also on the independent consultants report that was put out by the AQMD's independent consultants. So it's consistent with all these documents.
Thank you very much. I'd like to go off the record for 2 minutes, please, and I believe we've almost concluded Mr. Sung's testimony.
Thank you. We're off the record. We're on the record.
Thank you. Mr. Sung, you just referenced reports by the AQMD. Could you please clarify who developed those reports?
AQMD hired 2 independent consultants to look at the landfill gas collection system and the efficiency to come up with independent recommendations. So they are contracted independent consultants to AQMD.
All right. And do you recognize any of those independent contractors in the room?
One of them,
Do you know the gentleman's name?
that's Ramin Yazdani.
All right, so those reports are actually part of the exhibit binders and will be referenced further. All right, just one last question, Mr. Sung, before we conclude. Referencing the slide with recommendations here, would you agree that the proposed abatement order addresses these 5 points? That it continues to it recommends continued utilization of the ADC?
Yes,
Would you agree that the proposed order has increments intended to improve the gas collection system?
yes,
Similarly, with the third point, you've talked a lot about enhancements to the intermediate cover. Do you see conditions in the district's proposed order that address that?
yes,
Similarly, with working phase mitigation measures, you're familiar with the order and that it addresses that?
yes,
All right, and lastly, we talked about transfer stations. That's also included in the proposals?
yes.
All right, what is not currently included in the proposals? Would you like to address that at all in terms of organics?
Yes, as I've discussed before and shown in the slide that shows the waste composition, organics is the materials that's currently been disposed that creates the landfill gas. That is what decomposes and creates landfill gas. So if we can address organics, as have been done in other countries for the last 25, 30 years, we would be well on our way to control landfill gas emissions.
Thank you for that. My last question, we started today's testimony, you were identified as an independent contractor that is serving as a technical advisor to the Sunshine Canyon LEA. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is accurate.
Okay, the recommendations that are up on the board here, are you representing the LEA's opinion, or are these your opinions today?
These are my individual opinions as the advisor, independent advisor to the Sunshine Canyon Landfill Local Enforcement Agency.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Sung. The district has no further questions for Mr. Sung at this point.
Thank you. We'll take a short 10-minute break.
I always knew. That's the answer person. He can answer. lost their lease, and they had this rental. So now they have a mobile, store, and they park it in a parking lot off of Melrose, off of La Cienega, north of Melrose. So it was my birthday yesterday, so guess what? My wife took me for dinner. Anyway, great because they're crunchy. You know what I mean? The skin is tough. And it's not soft. Everything has the firmness to it. And they also have another place that you can go. Because most of the other places, you don't do Jewish television. Brooklyn is oh, of course you do. Including the Dodgers. But we're 70.
I want you to know that in many of my discussions with either Stephen or my mom, I'm always invoking your name as though you're some kind of, like you were like the authority or the saintly prophet or the
I'm the same guy.
the wise woman. That's what I would say. It's nice. People say that, she was watching Eli for the whole week. That's nice. She was watching Eli for the whole week we were away, and so she went to his game and practices and stuff like that. So I was hearing from over this past weekend, he had 2 games really early in the morning. It was so nice when I just got home, jet lag, far away. One in Santa Clarita, the other in Huntington Beach. So, but some of the moms were like, your mom is she's the nicest lady. I'm like, she is now. She wasn't so great when I was growing up. Yet now, you think? Yeah. There's a great show. There's a great show on called Better Things. Have you heard of that show? It's like a small. It's on. I forget the name of it. I forget which network it's on, but just a short half-an-hour program written by this great comedian who stars in it. She's a woman, probably around my age or age, and it's just all about the plight, really, of women, girls, females in the world, and all that stuff. And she's got her character on there is her mom. It's based loosely, apparently, on her life story, and her mom just like says whatever she feels like saying. Is it what? Things about you, politically incorrect things? I guess as we get older, we get entitled. We'll see.
We're back on. Mr. Beck or Mr. Brune, questions for the witness? Mr. Brune.
Thank you.
We're back on the record.
Mr. Sung, good afternoon.
Yes.
Well, I have good news. We basically agree with everything you said. So my questions this afternoon are going to focus on asking you to expand on some of your testimony today and perhaps covering a couple of new issues. First of all, you testified that the principal gases formed by the decomposition of waste are methane and carbon dioxide, and both of those gases are odorless. Is that right?
Correct.
You also testified that there was something called non-methane organic compounds that were also produced?
I didn't testify that, but that is correct.
Are those the smelly, are some of those non-methane organic compounds that can be odorous?
Yes,
So would it be simple to say that non-methane organic compounds, or they're also called NMOC, would represent the potentially smelly portion of landfill gas?
a portion of those.
Yes, a portion of those. But it would be a portion of those non-methane organic compounds that would be odorous and some would not.
Yes,
Right. And that smelly portion of the non-methane organic compounds, that's the odor that would be associated with landfill gas?
yes, generally.
Thank you. Now, you testified that, I'm changing topics right now, you testified that the county imposed a requirement on the Sunshine Canyon landfill in the year 2010 to place a minimum of 9 inches of daily cover soil on the working face at the end of each operating day, and not peel or scrape that soil back the next day when they put trash in the same area. That's your recollection of the timing of that order?
Yes,
And that came down from the County Department of Public Works?
correct.
You gave us a pretty good timeline, and I want to test your memory of history. You participated in the very first abatement order hearings regarding Sunshine Canyon, is that true?
Actually, no, I did not attend.
You did not attend, okay. Do you know if you had an occasion back in 2010 to see the very first stipulated abatement order that this board issued to Sunshine Canyon?
Yes,
And that original order from this hearing board, which was stipulated to by the landfill, called for the landfill to conduct an alternative daily cover pilot program. Do you recall that?
yes,
And during those hearings, there were representatives of the County Department of Public Works present. Were you aware of that?
I heard about it. I was not there.
All right. So they were present, you heard, at the hearing board hearings, and no one from the county advised the hearing board at the time it was approving the first stipulated abatement order that the County Department of Public Works was considering imposing the 9 inches of daily soil requirement.
Objection, compound question, and assumes facts not in evidence.
Well, I'm asking if he'd heard that.
Could you say the question again, please?
Were you aware that the county was present during the hearing board hearings on the initial abatement order and did not tell the hearing board that they were going to impose the 9 inch of soil requirement?
Objection, facts not evidence. He said he wasn't there to hear whether or not that was said.
Right. So you have no knowledge of that?
I have no knowledge
All
of
right,
that.
fair enough. So shortly after this hearing board approved the initial abatement order, the county came down with its requirement of 9 inches of cover soil?
Yes,
And as a result, this hearing board had to amend the stipulated abatement order to delete the alternative daily cover pilot project?
Objection, assumes legal conclusions and facts not in evidence.
Do you know whether the abatement order, the original abatement order, was amended to delete the ADC pilot project because of the 9 inch of soil requirement?
yeah, I believe it was amended.
Now, my client, Republic Services, was the operator of the landfill when this 9 inches of daily soil requirement was promulgated by the county, correct?
Correct.
And my client protested that requirement, didn't it?
I do not know. I was not at that meeting.
All right. You're aware, since this requirement has been in effect since 2010, that my client has vehemently protested this requirement being imposed on the landfill, are you not?
Yeah, I am aware of that.
Yes. And they've consistently opposed that requirement.
Correct.
Now, Mr. Chairman, there's a document I'd like to use to show to Mr. Singh. It is a letter from Anthony Bertrand, who was then the general manager of the landfill, addressed to the County Department of Public Works. We don't have hard copies. We didn't know we were going to use it today until we, pardon, we will have hard copies for you tomorrow, but I would like to project it on the screen and ask Mr. Sung some questions about this letter.
Fine.
So this is a little hard to read. Can I see? Okay, there we go. Can we expand it back?
You can scroll through that.
So this is a letter I'll represent to you. You can't see the bottom yet, from Anthony Bertrand, the general manager of Sunshine Canyon, to Pat Pirano, who is the Assistant Deputy Director of the County of Los Angeles Department of Public Works. And the letter is dated September 24, 2012. So I'd like to scroll down through this letter now, if we can, and just ask you some questions about some of the statements made by Mr. Bertrand. So this letter starts with Mr. Bertrand telling Mr. Pirano improvements that have been made in the gas collection system during the last 12 months. That's leading up to September of 2012. And he's describing the fact that 2 new flares had been installed and various other improvements were made to the gas collection system. Can we move down some more?
You know, the district has an objection here. If there's is there a question pending?
Yes. Mr. Bertrand states in the last paragraph that in August of 2010,
Is Mr. Bertrand going to be here to be cross-examined on this letter?
no, we weren't planning. We were just going to ask the witness about the statements made by Mr. Bertrand regarding the potential impact of the 9 inches of cover soil on the gas collection system and whether Mr. Singh agrees with Mr. Bertrand's warnings to the county. So, if I may continue, Mr. Bertrand says that in August of 2012, the landfill experienced an odor event that resulted in a number of complaints, and he indicates that the odor source was traced to slopes in the new active waste cell, which is cell CC-2, and then he indicates the wells were installed in June of 2012.
Okay, objection.
And
This
that-
letter is hearsay, and we're waiting for the question to the witness.
Okay, just hold on a second. I'm almost there.
After you read the entire letter into the record?
No. So,
Just-
Mr.
Just a
Bertrand.
second. Ms. Prusek, Ms. Manwaring has objected to the long delay in getting a question asked.
Can you skip to the part where you're not reading the entire letter and you can ask the question?
Yes, thank you.
I'd also like Mr. Sung to be asked whether or not he's ever seen this letter before today.
Have you seen this letter before today?
I have seen this letter.
And you saw it on or about September 24th, 2012?
Yes.
Now, what I'd like you to do is go to page 2, the second large paragraph.
I remind you, we don't have the document and can't go to any page.
We'll show it to you on the screen. Mr. Bertrand talks about the fact that there was a review of the situation by 4 independent landfill engineering and landfill gas system consultants.
Objection. What is the question?
I was trying to get there. My question is, since you saw this letter, were you able to review the letters from the 4 consultants that were attached to this letter?
I'd like to go off the record and allow Mr. Singh an opportunity to review this letter before answering any of these questions.
That's fine.
We're off the record.
Can we get a copy, please?
Just have an electronic copy, but you can scroll down using the up and down arrows.
We do not. Do you want us to clean up? Oh, we got a flash.
Excuse me.
Oh.
We're going to wait until the board and the parties have hard copies presently being made. Apparently, it's taking, we're back in the record, apparently it's taking a good bit of time to get multiple copies made. So, Mr. Bruin, how about if we skip over this part and proceed with other questions, and then we can come back to this?
Well, I actually have thought that I could perhaps handle this in one more question, and then we could get the exhibit before the board as soon as it comes in.
Okay, one more question.
So, Mr. Sung, you've had a chance to review Mr. Bertrand's letter and the attached reports from the four.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
we had a public member speaking and gave some statement from a doctor, a statement. Mr. Bruin objected to it because he was not here to be cross-examined. He's doing the same thing. Now he's doing the same thing that he's saying the other person could not do. So if the district cannot cross-examine the person who wrote the letter, then why shouldn't we have him here? Why should it be discussed beyond this point? Since judging by Mr. Bruin's standards.
Ms. Prusek, can you respond?
Agree, there is certainly a double standard applied. However, it can go both ways in terms of the ruling from, well, it wasn't a ruling, but according to our rules, we can accept hearsay evidence. It just, again, cannot stand alone to prove any one finding we need to find. It can only support other evidence, but we can accept it.
So if I may.
On those grounds, we'll proceed.
So, Mr. Singh, does Mr. Bertrand's letter to the County Department of Public Works in September of 2012 predict what is going to happen in terms of damage to the gas collection system because of the county's requirement of 9 inches of cover soil that, in fact, you found has happened since that time?
Objection to the form of the question. The document speaks for itself.
Prusek?
Can you phrase for me how you just phrased that question? I was receiving the document.
Yes, the question is, did Mr. Bertrand predict what exactly has happened as a result of the 9 inches of soil?
I'm going to sustain the objection, and perhaps you can say, phrase it in terms of what is written in the letter.
All right. Now, if you'll look at the second page of Mr. Bertrand's letter, there's a paragraph towards the bottom that starts with the words, "Why is this?" ? Do you see that paragraph?
Yes, I see it.
Could you read that paragraph to yourself? And the next paragraph too, please. That starts with the word therefore. So my question is, in these two paragraphs that I've asked you to read to yourself, Mr. Bertrand is predicting what's going to happen as a result of the county's 9-inch of soil requirement. My question to you is, has that in fact happened at Sunshine as a result of the 9-inch of soil requirement?
Objection ambiguous. Could you clarify the "it" you're referring to?
The prediction in these two paragraphs made by Mr. Bertrand.
The way I read this letter is that he's saying that they've already experienced liquids in the thing, so it's not really a prediction. It just says more of it will happen.
And he's saying it happened because of the 9 inches of soil.
Well, from my testimony, it is what's going on, and pretty much that's kind of the proof that we've had in terms of the watered in wells and the surface emissions monitoring.
So you'd agree with Mr. Bertrand's statements in this letter as to what's going to happen or is happening as a result of the 9 inches of soil requirement?
Objection, misstates his testimony. His testimony was that that was occurring before. And that it would continue to occur.
Ms. Broussard?
Can you rephrase the question?
Do you agree with the statements that Mr. Bertrand has made in these two paragraphs you just read yourself?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I'm going to apologize for your questions because English is my third language. I'm trying to understand the nuances.
As long as you don't apologize for the attorneys next to you.
Okay. The board has now received copies of the letter on Republic Services letterhead dated September 24th, 2012, addressed to Mr. Peruano. And we'll mark that as Exhibit C, C as in Charlie Charlie for the respondent.
Thank you. No. Can you, we have two other exhibits. Could you make that Exhibit EE, because we marked a couple of other exhibits we want to use?
E.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Sung, I'd like to show you, yes. We're passing out Exhibit CC.
Can you put CC on here? Yes. Okay.
Board has received a copy of what appears to be a PowerPoint presentation. Mark it it's titled SCL LEA Progress Report, April 2nd, 2015 board motion, and that'll be Exhibit CC as in Charlie Charlie.
Mr. Sung, just so you know, we have only copied certain pages of this PowerPoint because it was 99 pages long, and at the urging of the board, we were trying to keep our exhibits a little more truncated in terms of size. So these are just selected pages I took out of this presentation. And my first question is this a presentation, or at least part of a presentation you gave to the Sunshine Canyon Landfill LEA in December of 2015?
No, the presentation was given by David Thompson, the program director for the Sunshine Canyon Landfill Local Enforcement Agency.
Did you participate in the preparation of this PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Now, if you'll go to the second page of this PowerPoint, it's entitled Overall Findings About Enviro Cover. And is Enviro Cover the alternative daily cover plastic that is now being used at the landfill?
Correct, that is the trade name.
All right. And on the next page, and starting with several pages thereafter, there are copies of various technical documents, one being an Army Technical Manual dated 1994, another being a document entitled The Landfill Gas Primer, produced by the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry. The next page is an EPA report entitled Assessment and Recommendations for Improving the Performance of Waste Containment Systems. Now, are those reports that you obtained for use by Mr. Thompson in this PowerPoint?
Yes, these are the references that we use in developing our analysis
And
on alternative daily cover.
And the purpose of these references were to recommend the use of 9 inches of soil cover that could not be peeled back the following morning.
Could you state the question again, please?
Yes, this was to support a recommendation that the ADC, Enviro Cover, is a better alternative than the 9 inches of soil cover being required by the county.
Correct.
And then going on, there's a reference to the Handbook of Landfill Operations by Neil Bolton. Who is Neil Bolton?
He is an industry consultant that works with landfill design and improving landfill operations. Very, very well known in the field.
And recognized as an authority in the field?
Yes. He is actually one of the instructors for Cal Recycle on alternative daily covers.
The next document is a Manager of Landfill Operations 2010 textbook. And following that is a document prepared by SCS engineers for the California Integrated Waste Management Board. This is, again, another technical reference you found for use by Mr. Thompson in the PowerPoint.
Correct.
And I see this document was prepared for the Waste Board by a company called SCS Engineers.
Correct.
Are they recognized as authoritative in the field of landfill gas control?
Yes, they are one of the recognized leaders in landfill gas systems design.
Now, on the next page, there's a reference to a white paper called Assessment of Alternative Daily Cover Related to Origin and Control of Landfill Odor, and it says Bolton 2012. So is this a reference to a white paper prepared by Mr. Bolton?
Yes, it is.
And he's the same Neil Bolton we talked about earlier.
The same one.
And the statement at the bottom says that based on the consensus of regulatory agencies, landfill experts, studies, and accepted industry practice, these ineffective mandates are not helping to control odor, but are in fact likely to increase odor. Did you do the underlining of that sentence when this PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
You did, okay. And you did that to point out that this was the consensus of basically anybody who was knowledgeable about landfill gas control systems and landfills.
Yes.
And it goes on to say, it is strongly recommended that future efforts to reduce odor focus on controlling landfill gas rather than imposing counterproductive limitations on the daily placement / removal of soil cover and ADC. And that was Mr. Bolton's recommendation?
Yes.
And it's your recommendation as well?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Bolton's white paper was commissioned by Republic Services to present to the Department of Public Works, is that right?
Correct.
Now, did you ever talk to the Department of Public Works yourself for the purpose of recommending they remove the 9-inch daily soil requirement?
Yes, as part of our interagency meetings,
Starting at when?
2010, 2011.
All right, and continuously to date?
Yes.
Did anybody at the Department of Public Works ever tell you that the county had retained someone who was an expert in landfill operations and gas collection systems to advise them whether or not to retain the 9 inches of cover soil?
Not that I'm aware of.
To the best of your knowledge, they retained no one with that expertise?
Correct.
All right, that's all I have on this exhibit. Our next exhibit is Exhibit DD. It's a PowerPoint entitled Overview of Abatement Order.
We've been provided another presentation, apparently also a PowerPoint, titled Overview of Abatement Order. It'll be Exhibit DD, as in David.
Mr. Sung, have you had a chance to review this?
Give me 1 minute here.
Of course.
We're off the record. Back on the record.
Mr. Sung, have you had a chance to review this document?
Yes, I have.
Did you prepare it?
Yes.
And does this document contain your opinions regarding the proposed abatement order?
Yes.
I'd like you to turn to the section of the document, the pages are not numbered, but it's entitled Reducing Hours of Operation. Which is, by my count, it's 8 pages into the document. Was this portion of the PowerPoint presentation a presentation you gave to the Sunshine Canyon Landfill Local Enforcement Agency?
Yes.
And when did you give them that presentation?
This is at the last Sunshine Canyon Landfill Local Enforcement Agency's board meeting. I think it was in September.
Of this year?
Yes.
I think I misspoke because I meant to go to not the reducing the hours of operation, but reduction in tonnage. So my apologies. That's page 14. So I take it your answer to my questions for this section of this PowerPoint would be the same. These reflect your recommendations regarding the reduction in tonnage at the landfill.
Yes.
Let's go to the next page, which is a graph or chart entitled Annual Landfill Gas Volume Modeling, No Reduction in Tonnage. Could you
Just
tell
a
us-
moment, Mr. Brown, we're catching up here.
All right. All right, thank you. Could you tell us what this chart shows?
This chart is a graphic representation from a model that the US EPA developed called LandGem, and putting in the amount of trash and the kind of trash and some other parameters. It enables you to calculate the amount of landfill gas that is generated by your landfill over the years or over the life of a landfill.
And tell me a little bit about the LandGem program. Is it a computer program?
It's a computer program. It is publicly available through the US EPA. It is an industry standard tool that is used for helping design landfill gas collection systems.
And what is the model used to predict or determine?
It's used to predict the volume of gas, landfill gas, the weight of landfill gas, the amount of the NMOCs, and also the rate of generation, and how long after the landfill closes you will still get landfill gas.
Even after the landfill closes?
Yes. You can see the peak and it starts decreasing. That's 2037, the year the landfill would close, and you'll see that the landfill gas goes on being generated for over 100 years.
So waste that was deposited in the landfill in 1959 or 1960 is still producing gas?
Yes, limited amounts, but still producing gas.
Is there something called a landfill gas curve?
There's lots of curves. You have to be more specific.
All right, okay, I'm not going to go down that road then. Let's go to the next slide in this PowerPoint presentation, which is entitled Calculated Impact of 3,000 Ton Per Day Tonnage Reduction for the 1-year duration of the abatement order. Can you tell me what this shows?
Okay. In trying to understand what an abatement order would, how it would actually impact the landfill gas generation, we took the tonnages that Republic provided in terms of what they expect as incoming tonnage. We reduced it by 3,000 tons a day for that 1 year of the abatement order. So for this model, we said 2017, you'll be reducing the tonnage by 3,000 tons every day for the year. And then generated the landfill gas curve, and we overlaid as normal without the tonnage reduction and with the tonnage reduction.
So for total gas regular, the solid line would be the line without the tonnage reduction, and the dashed line would be the landfill gas generated with the tonnage reduction?
Correct.
And the two lines are pretty close to each other?
They almost run on top of each other.
Now, let's go to the next page, if you will. It's entitled Calculated Impact of 3,000 Ton Per Day Tonnage Reduction for the 1 year duration of abatement order, and you've got some horizontal lines showing the years 2016, 2025, and 2037. What was your point in adding those vertical lines showing those various years?
Yes, the vertical lines. 2016 is today. 2025 is a benchmark year according to the legislation on organics, primarily because that is the time that organics was for the Senate Bill 1383. You have to achieve 75% reduction of disposal of organics to landfill. In previous discussions at the state level, 2025, an alternative to the, before the Senate bill was passed, they were looking at 100% ban on organics by 2025, which kind of mirrors the international approach.
Okay.
And 2037 is, of course, the year the landfill is supposed to close.
Okay. So in each of these years, the 3,000 ton per day tonnage reduction doesn't result in a significant reduction in landfill gas generation?
And that could be a reasonable interpretation.
Thank you. And that would also be true for non-methane organic compounds?
Yes. The model is proportional in terms of the gas volumes.
So as gas volumes are changing, so do non-methane organic compound volumes?
Correct.
Okay. Let's go to the next page, which is a table entitled Estimated Impact of Tonnage Reduction, in parentheses, landfill gas generation in cubic feet per minute. So we have the year in the first column on the left, the cubic feet per minute of landfill gas generation under the heading no reduction in tonnage, and then the cubic feet per minute in landfill gas generation assuming a 3,000 ton per day reduction. And the next column shows what the difference is between the two. Is that right?
Correct.
So there's about roughly a 2% difference between the two scenarios?
Yes, and overall landfill gas generation.
And that would also be true for non-methane organic compounds?
Yes, according to which year you have to.
And again, you use the LandGem model to arrive at these predictions?
Correct.
And that is an industry standard model developed by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency?
Yes.
And it's used throughout the industry in the United States?
Throughout the industry. There are other models that people use and a little bit more specialized in certain conditions, but LandGem is the industry standard.
That's the gold standard?
I wouldn't consider it the gold standard, but it is one of the standards.
All right. So let's go to the last page I want to talk about, which is entitled Impact of Tonnage Reduction. And I want to address your attention to the first bullet point, which relates to landfill odor. The first item says little or no immediate impact during term of order, excuse me. What does that mean?
In terms of landfill gas odors, remember one of the exhibits or one of the PowerPoint slides originally showed the landfill gas generation curve. And basically we had discussed that when you put trash in a landfill, you don't get landfill gas right away. It could be up to 3 years before it starts generating gas. So for that, what this refers to is that during the year that you implement a 3,000 ton per day reduction in incoming tonnage, you're not going to get any decrease in landfill gas impact from that tonnage, because that tonnage doesn't produce gas until many years later.
So there's
the
no
delayed impact.
So there's no short-term benefit.
No, not for landfill gas.
And in terms of your long-term projections, the difference would be negligible.
In the previous slide, calculated the actual impact, and it's less than 1%, and then it decreases for that 1 year, for the tonnage for that 1 year that you reduced.
So when you say decreases, you mean it's even less than 1% over time?
Yes. So if you go back to the previous slide.
Uh-huh. So are you telling us that the total reduction in landfill gas, including the non-methane organic compounds, which can contain some smelly chemicals, that in 2018 there'd be a 1% reduction, and thereafter the amount of the reduction goes down even less than 1%?
Yes. So if you look at 2017, in the model, we're saying, okay, for all 2017, you reduce it by 3,000 tons a day. For landfill gas generation, it makes no difference, because for the most part, that trash that you put in is not going to be generating gas. So in the column that says landfill gas generation decrease, you don't see any decrease because there's really no gas produced. So in the best case, the gas is being produced. In 2018, you see a total amount of gas decrease, which is about 380 cubic feet per minute. But I have to caution you against the use of that number, because the landfill has a landfill gas collection system, and because it is collecting a certain amount of gas, the actual impact, that's why I have the last column, the net emissions, it's assuming a 75% collection efficiency, which is the default collection efficiency in the model. Your impact is actually only a quarter of that.
Okay, thank you. Now, in the second item under this bullet point concerning landfill odor, you state, additional LFG volumes are generated in areas of landfill without 9 inches of compacted dirt and should pose no problem, or no issue, excuse me. Could you explain what you mean by that?
Okay. In the previous presentation, we showed the area where they're using the alternative data cover. So all the new trash coming in now is going into what we call disposal areas where we're not using 9 inches of dirt. And because we now have trash-to-trash contact, and when those landfill gas extraction wells get put in, they're going to operate effectively, and the leachate will be going down to the bottom of the landfill. And so the new trash that's coming in is not going to be problematic in terms of landfill gas odors. If you look here, I said where we're getting landfill gas odors, it's in the areas where the landfill gas is being pushed out through the side slopes, and that's in the previously damaged areas from the operations prior to October 2015.
Excuse me. If you could go back to Exhibit 20, which is your PowerPoint. And I'd like you to look at page 45. Which is entitled Table 2B.
Correct. Okay.
And I just want to make sure my mind is clear on this. With respect to the areas in this chart that are colored in orange, where you said there were some exceedances of the 500 parts per million instantaneous monitoring standard, all these exceedances are in areas where the 9 inches of cover soil was used?
Exhibit 45 is really the concentration.
I'm sorry, page 45. Are we looking at the same thing?
You're on the same page.
Okay.
Yes, this shows the concentrations of the average concentration of the landfill gas on those specific grids.
And what?
If you look at the smaller ones, the lighter color ones to the left,
Yes?
those are areas without the 9 inches. So we would expect that in the trash that's being disposed of after October 2015, because it doesn't have the 9 inches, to be similar to that in concentrations, which is much, much lower than the areas that's been impacted.
And the area of impact is demonstrated by the very high bars that kind of look
Yes.
like a set of
The higher the
skyscrapers.
bar, the higher concentration of the emissions.
Okay. And again, these are all in areas impacted by the 9 inches of soil.
Yes. The orange color is the areas that's where it has the 9 inches compacted
All right, thank you.
soil.
Now, perhaps we could talk about the final item under this bullet point entitled landfill odor, which states, disposal tonnage needed for mitigating areas detrimentally impacted by 9 inches of daily soil cover. Could you explain what you mean by that?
In one of the previous slides, I had 2 comparative pictures over a period of a couple months. So what this refers to is, as we're filling up against the previously impacted areas, we're actually creating a buffer that would absorb the gas coming through the intermediate cover and would hopefully be taken up and extracted by the new landfill gas extraction wells that would be installed in this new cell without the 9 inches of compacted dirt, and that has the ADC that allows the trash-to-trash compact and allows for the drainage of the liquids to the bottom of the landfill.
So the faster we bring in new trash and put it on the areas that have been impacted by the 9 inches of soil and put in new gas collection systems in those areas, the faster we can mitigate the problems caused by the 9 inches?
Yes. So that's actually one way to look at it, if you want to be holistic, is that the more trash that you bring in and put the correct landfill gas collection system, you're actually mitigating the areas that are damaged.
Thank you. One last question. I'd like to look at, you to go back to Exhibit 20, which is your PowerPoint, and look at page 34, which is a slide entitled, What Can Be Done to Address Odors? Now, Mr. Tsung, your recommendations as to what can be done to address odors of Sunshine Canyon are confined to the 4 items on this page, is that right, other than possibly looking at organics collection, which I think was the 5th item you added?
Correct.
A tonnage.
At least described on this page.
And so, in terms of your recommendations, you are not recommending a tonnage restriction at the landfill?
That's not true. My opinion is I prefer consideration of a phased-in reduction in hours of operation and/or a tonnage reduction, but that is only after a very comprehensive traffic analysis and an analysis of the impact and the risks, because there are lots and lots of collateral impacts for those very drastic measures.
What kind of collateral impacts?
Well, you're talking about shifting traffic. You're talking about making things that may have implementing mitigation measures with incremental or insignificant improvements, things like that. Those analyses have to be done and kind of weighed in terms of the risks it poses to the landfill operations and to the public. Traffic is of a very, very major concern.
Well, in terms of landfill gas odors, doesn't your prior PowerPoint demonstrate that a tonnage reduction is not going to have a significant impact on landfill gas odors?
Yes, that I can say.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions for the witness?
I'm sorry, no further questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Singh,
I think we have some redirect.
Chairman Camarino, the district wants to redirect on this witness.
you may do so now.
Mr. Sung, in your previous testimony, you referred to best combination of practices. What does that phrase mean to you?
It means that you cannot look at any one remediation measure in and of it by itself as the only solution. You have to look at the best combination of practices.
And would you agree that the proposed conditions in the district's proposed order and decision finding, condition number 1 that addresses hours and 2 that addresses tonnage, would you agree that those are intended to work in concert with each other as part of this combination of practices?
Yes.
Right. Referring to your analysis, where's the chart with the negative 92? Drawing this board's attention to the table that was just referenced, estimated impact of tonnage reduction. I want to make sure everyone knows where we're at before I go on.
Yes.
Okay, on the far left column, you have net emissions assuming a 75% collection efficiency. In your opinion, what would the situation be if the gas collection system had 100% efficiency?
That's not possible.
All right, would there be less landfill gas odors at Sunshine Canyon if it did?
Of course.
All right, but this is just a factor that you used. Where did you get the 75% factor?
That is the default factor in the US EPA land gem model.
Okay. Have you done any analysis to determine the percentage collection efficiency of the gas collection system at Sunshine?
No, not yet. That is on my task list.
Okay. Referring to this chart, the far left number in 2018, it says negative 95 there. Does that reflect an increase in landfill gas emissions or a decrease?
The negative 95 represents a decrease of 95 cubic feet per minute of landfill gas generated. That's actually not collected by the landfill gas collection system.
Okay, and I heard you answer Mr. Bruin's question that you think it's a reasonable interpretation that this doesn't represent a significant reduction in landfill gas.
Correct.
Correct. But it is a reduction, is that correct?
Theoretically, yes.
And additionally, you presented a slide that addressed the tonnage reduction impact on fresh trash odors, is that correct?
No, I haven't.
This one right here.
Okay, yeah, in the descriptive terms, yes, not quantitative.
Okay. Nick, would you? So although not significant, you do agree there is a reduction in landfill gas?
Landfill gas generated, correct.
All right. And based on the narrative on this slide that you prepared, there are also implications on fresh trash odors as a result of a tonnage reduction condition?
From a practical first look, the answer is yes, but I'm going to qualify that because one of the earlier slides that I show you is what we call the size of the working face, is how large a surface area is the trash spread out. So even though you may reduce the tonnage, the operational working face or the amount of surface area of trash that's actually exposed may remain the same. And that's because of operational safety issues. You don't want the trucks too close to each other and things like that.
Would you agree that if fewer loads of trash come in, the probability of any one load being odoriferous decreases with a reduction?
Yeah, just from a pure probability standpoint, yes,
Okay, so the gas generated goes down, not up, is that correct?
correct.
And there are other benefits to the tonnage reduction that are not directly related to gas generation, is that correct?
Can you be more specific, please?
The things under fresh trash odor on the screen.
Well, could you say
Okay,
the
strike
question?
that. Let me try this again. You previously testified that we're talking about the best combination of practices. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you previously testified that looking at fewer hours of trash being delivered and fewer tons of trash being delivered are intended to be read in concert with each other. Is that correct?
It can be, yes,
And you agree that the gas generated goes down, not up, based on your analysis?
yes,
And did I hear you say that following a detailed analysis of traffic and potential traffic impacts or other collateral impacts, the LEA would consider a reduction in tonnage as long as a reduction in hours was also considered in concert with that?
well, I can't speak for the LEA. I'm
Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Sung. What is your opinion again?
asked the question again.
Mr. Bruin previously asked you whether or not you supported this condition, and I believe your answer addressed a phased-in approach. So I'd just like to remind this board, now that we've heard that gas does go down and there are other benefits intended with this tonnage reduction, what is your opinion regarding the merit of this proposal?
I said I would consider it only as a phased-in and only after the analysis of the traffic and the analysis of the other impacts and the health risk issues that are associated with the tonnage reduction and the change in hours.
So you're not ready to support it yet?
Correct.
No further questions. The district would like to go off the record for just a moment, if we may.
We're off the record. We're back on the record.
The district has no further redirect with Mr. Sung.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just have one question, if I may.
You may.
Go back to. Yes. Mr. Tsung, could you go back to, what's already up there? It's the page that's up on the screen. I just wanted to make sure I understand what you're saying under the topic of fresh trash odor. You start by saying as a practical impact, less trash, less odor. But then you go on to say addressed via change in hours of operation, addressed in new operational requirements, addressed in changes in transfer station practices, addressed in state mandated programs. So are you saying that fresh trash odors can be addressed through all of those four things?
Correct.
That's all I have.
Mr. Singh, going back to the prior page, to the one we just looked at, chart. The title says estimated impact of tonnage reduction. You're referring here to the tonnage reduction in the proposed order for abatement?
In this chart, I assumed it to be all of year 2017.
Okay. And looking at the row for the year 2018,
Correct.
you show a reduction of landfill gas generation of 380 cubic feet per minute?
Yes.
Okay. How does that compare to the total generation of landfill gas?
The total, if you had the reduction, is that 15,197 cubic feet per minute, and without it, it's 15,577 cubic feet per minute. So it is less than it's around 0.5%, I think, ballpark. And so if you're looking at the column that says 380, that is the total decrease, okay? But the practical decrease, because whatever you generate, the landfill gas collection system has a 75% collection efficiency. So the column on the right, the net emissions, because when we say there is a 75% landfill gas collection efficiency, it means that 25% actually gets emitted through the landfill. All landfills operate under positive pressure. You have to let a certain amount of landfill gas escape. And the reason for that is you can't crank up the vacuum on a landfill gas collection system so much that you draw oxygen into the landfill, because you will start landfill fires underground.
Looking now at slide 23 in Exhibit 20. I believe you told us that by continuing to deposit new trash, that a pathway is provided for the movement of landfill gas toward the gas collection system. Did I understand it correctly?
If you look at slide 59, it's actually a better depiction.
Okay.
So you see on the right-hand side, you see the built-up portion on the right-hand side using the alternative daily cover, and it shows the vertical landfill gas collection well, and you see the landfill gas moving there. So on the left-hand side, you see the previously impacted area. So the gas escaping from that slope actually goes into the area which has trash-to-trash contact, and allows for, it's more permeable, and it gives a pathway of the gas to go towards the newly installed landfill gas collection system.
And the further away you get from that trash-to-trash interface, moving toward the left on that chart,
Yes.
the less impact that has.
If you move towards the left, that is the part that is detrimentally impacted by the implementation of the thick soil layer. So on the left-hand side of this graphic, those thick dark brown lines represent the soil that's in place that created the impermeable layer. So I do not have any arrows showing the liquids going down to the bottom of the landfill, and the liquids are actually going into the landfill gas extraction wells, which we showed that in the monthly monitoring. It shows that in the area where the soil was was implemented, it shows that the landfill gas wells had liquids ending up in them. And on the slide slopes, excuse me, on the left, is where the leachate, you saw the leachate picture, where leachate was coming out and where the landfill gas was coming out. That's where we put the visqueen too.
That visqueen, that visqueen you're talking about is where you demonstrated the bubble.
Yes, the burp.
And so the further away we get from that interface, the old trash to new trash,
the more impacted it is. And you had that graphic that where the red dotted line and the little green line, that little green area, shows the relative context of the volume of trash that's impacted compared to the new cell for the 1 year that we've been using the ADC.
so the further away from that interface, the less impact and those gases and that leachate is going to continue to be emitted.
The interface is the where the new trash and old trash. Okay, for discussion purposes. If it moves to the right, the landfill gas collection wells work better because there's no dirt. We're using AEC. If you go to the left, where the thick, heavy brown lines, the landfill gas collection wells don't work so well.
And that's going to remain that way.
It's good. Well, that's the damage that's been done. We're having to now work with a system that's had damage that we can't go back and fix. We have to do remediation. That's why I said even though they meet the regulatory standards for the intermediate cover, we have to require something even more strict, even more rigorous to deal with something that already meets standards, but it's not performing as it's intended to. So the abatement order covers that. It's increasing or enhancing the intermediate cover.
How will that be enhanced?
We have a slide that shows the intermediate cover, and we would spray a cementatious foam to seal it. That allows for greater vacuum. It also prevents more infiltration of water, and it actually creates a more impermeable layer so that the gas can't go through.
Chairman, he's referencing slide 46.
46.
From District's Exhibit 20.
You talked about the odor curtains provided by, or created by the
Orchard fans.
orchard fans. Can you tell me about the, where they've been used and how effective that has been?
Orchard fans are used in fruit orchards to prevent the fruit from freezing by creating a, by warming the fruit by moving a huge mass of air. And one of the mitigation measures is if you can change the direction or create a physical wind barrier or even dilute the odor, those are mitigation measures. But like I said, you have to keep in mind that it's not one thing, it's a combination of everything.
And those fans have been used elsewhere in combination with other measures and
Yes.
been found effective?
Yes.
Where?
I can't give you specific landfills, but there are case studies I have case studies in references. If you want them, I can provide them, where they've been used successfully to redirect the air or create a physical wind curtain and to move the air mass in a different direction. And you can use that in combination with the misters and odor neutralizers.
You also told us that in other countries, the organic matter is not allowed to enter the landfills. What do they do with it?
You get into a
What time is
5-week
it?
course. In other countries, they've pretty much signed on to the Kyoto Protocol. And as part of the Kyoto Protocol, addressing landfills has, because landfills is identified as a major source of greenhouse gas. So in the more advanced countries in Europe and in Japan, this is as part of my federal work, those countries have actually phased out the disposal of organics in the landfills. So they basically end up composting it, anaerobically digesting it, and for the non-digestible, non-recyclable, non-compostable materials, they end up creating chemicals or energy out of the organic materials in the trash. That's my federal work, is I'm trying to bring that technology to the U.S.
Board members, questions? Dr. Lerner?
This may be an obvious question. The wells that you use, there is data to show that you need a certain number of wells per certain number of square feet of area that you're using, or cubic feet. Is that correct? Or has that been looked at?
That's been looked at. That's, from a simple answer standpoint, yes. And we call that the radius of influence. Each well on Sunshine Canyon landfill is individually adjusted. Every month, it's an ongoing, continuous effort. And what we call the radius of influence is, it really depends on the trash that it's in. So if it's denser or wetter, that radius changes over time. That's why there's continuous adjustments. You can't put these too close to each other, because then they'll start drawing oxygen. You can't put these too close to each other, because eventually you're still going to be operating on top. Then it's a health hazard or operational hazard. So that's why it's an art of trying to get the best balance of the number of wells versus operational safety and a lot of other factors.
Thank you. My second question is maybe more obvious to you, but I seem to be at loss of this. This is the graph 8, which showed the odor complaints reported to SCAQMD. In 2008, the odor complaints went up dramatically prior to the compacted soil implementation. Can you provide an explanation for that?
Yes. As previously discussed, 2008 was when the two landfills became one and a joint powers agreement. But prior to 2008, remember 2008, if you look at the bottom of this exhibit, it says Republic took over, right? Because they merged with Allied. And in the discussion of this graphic, I had mentioned that during the tenure where Allied Industries owned the facilities and operated the facilities, they discontinued a number of best management practices. So that the discontinuation of those practices basically caused the landfill to have gas problems and collection problems, and those don't become evident until years later. So on its face, it looks like, wow, Republic, you're a terrible operator, where in fact is they took over a landfill not understanding that these practices had taken over, and they were basically stuck with it, and now having to remediate with it. It doesn't excuse them from not having to fix it. It's just that it was kind of a surprise for them.
I will partially excuse them. Thank you.
I'm a little tougher than you.
Ms. Bird, then Ms. Prusek.
You mentioned the addition of new cells, and I forgot which illustration it was, but that will be one source of providing an escape for the gases.
59.
59, okay, thank you. Is there any other remediation that you have considered that, as opposed, or anything in addition to that, that might make that happen a little faster? I mean, I know they're just collecting trash daily. I mean, it never stops, but I'm just.
Well, we keep making trash.
Yeah, we keep making trash.
Okay.
I'm just, there's a lot of area there. I guess that's what I'm thinking. There's a lot of area there that use that 9-inch compaction.
Yes, that's why the intermediate cover has to be enhanced. So the intermediate cover is what covers the area that's been impacted. So if you look at slide 61, that shows.
The foam?
No. If you look at 61, that's the dotted line. You see that? The little green thing on the right is that new cell where we're butting up against the slope where we put in the new trash. That's only a very, very small portion.
Right.
That's less than 10% of the total volume
Right.
that's impacted. So we have to work on the intermediate cover enhancements, and that's the red area. That's the rest of it. That's the impacted area. That's the areas that have problems. And we want to focus on the areas of the highest concentrations and the most emissions.
Your proposal is to use the foam for that entire?
Well, not just the foam. That's just one of the.
Just one of the.
One of the things that can be done to improve the intermediate cover. There's lots of enhancements that can be made.
Okay. Mr. Camarena mentioned something that I have been thinking about, and he addressed it for specific things, but I wanted to address it overall, and that is your findings then, or the EPA's findings as to how to remediate this are based on other locations where you've seen these things effective?
Yes.
Where is just a combination of all those things?
The regulatory agencies, from time to time, put out best management practices, BMP manuals, and throughout from one document to the other, they have a continual team that looks around the world to find what the best practices are, and it's compiled into these best management practices. It's issued by the state and the feds, and the recommendations that we have put forth in the abatement order actually is consistent with those recommendations for best management practices.
Okay, so those are tried and true?
Yes.
We're not speculating?
Yes.
Okay.
Of course, there's a lot of new technologies that haven't been put into that. So one of those things we showed on a slide that says the waterless, the vapor stage technologies. That's pretty new. That's not even in the manuals yet. So that's something we want them to try too.
Okay. The other question, I'm just tightening up some of my notes, was you showed us that illustration of the burping.
Yes.
How frequently, I think that occurred over 30 seconds, but in a period of time, the time that you monitored, how frequently does the landfill, how frequently did that landfill area burp?
Okay. Just to give you context, the landfill is constantly emitting landfill gas, as shown by, because of the collection efficiency. The collection efficiency is, the default is 75%, but Sunshine Canyon is probably a little bit higher. So it is constantly emitting gas because the landfill has to operate under positive pressure. The burps do not normally happen. They only happen because that area is impacted and the landfill gas collection wells are not operating efficiently. So the gas has no place to go. So it's periodic. The pressure builds up and then it kind of blows through the sides. So it follows the path of least resistance, like I've said before.
So you chose that area because you knew that that's where the wells were failing, or there was intrusion?
Well, you saw how big the slopes are, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's almost a mile long. So we just picked a kind of a random spot within the areas that we saw the highest concentrations and just laid the plastic down.
Okay. Let's see, I just had a... Just a minute, I got some answers, and I'm trying to see if there's any that were left that I didn't get an answer to. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you.
Ms. Broussard.
I'm trying to remember, because it's been so long Oh, wait.
Can we go off the record for a moment?
Off the record.
Thank you. Ms. Prusak.
We're back on the record. Ms. Prusak?
Yes, my first question is, in the very beginning of your testimony, a while ago, you, you were mentioning that one of the issues before Republic took over was that its predecessor, or before all these mergers, Allied, I think it was, failed to put in horizontal pipes as well as vertical. Is that correct?
No.
No.
I'm going to clarify that a little bit. They were putting in vertical wells, because you have to have that. They discontinued horizontals, which is the collectors that you put in as you build a landfill up, because they're covered. And they also discontinued what we call perimeter wells, because remember, the landfill is actually lined with plastic, right? So one of the paths of least resistance is along the edge where the plastic is, where the trash is buried against the plastic. So in the past, there were a lot more wells around the perimeter, and they discontinued those.
Okay. So would the I'm just trying to understand, does that contribute to the issue that is caused by the 9-inch soil cover and the fact that these are now impermeable and walled off? If they had horizontal piping in there, would that address the issue?
No.
No.
I'm going to have to clarify that a little bit. They have been installing the horizontal ones, even in the areas that are 9 inches. But if you understand, a horizontal well is horizontal, and so if you're layered in by soil, it's not going to be very effective, correct?
Well, does it go to the vertical or no? It just goes out the sun? I'm trying to understand.
No, the horizontals are all connected to a header system along with the vertical landfill gas collection wells. But the horizontal wells aren't designed as long-term collection wells, only because the landfill, as the trash decomposes, the landfill actually shrinks or settles, and eventually the horizontal wells are destroyed. So the primary operative landfill gas collection system is the vertical wells.
Okay. Thank you. So that I completely understand, I'm just looking at page 59 in Exhibit 20, and this is the discussion that we had about the alternative daily cover in this small area helping to offset the issues in the rest, or at least in the adjacent sections that were impacted by the 9-inch soil. So just so I understand, the way it helps is that it is covering the slope,
Yes.
which would otherwise have
Right
burped.
into the air, yes.
Okay. Is this accurate, what we're seeing on page 59? Because it looks like the vertical well still goes below where there's 9-inch cover or some inch of impermeable cover. Does the leachate actually, is it going to reach into the vertical? Is it going to go to the bottom?
Yes, that's why I said, I think, Member Camaria mentioned that the further you go to the right, the better off you are, because at that transition area, you're going to have areas where there is no soil, and you have areas that have soil. So the further you go, so all we're doing by putting their trash up against the slope is offering a mass for the gas to go to and leachate to go to.
Okay, but there will be some point, it looks like on page
Yes.
59, where the leachate can get to the bottom,
Yes.
and we can have a proper exit of the gas.
Correct.
Okay. A question about the spray-on foam for the intermediate cover. Can that be peeled back?
It's actually destroyed once it's part of the peel back process.
Okay, so, yeah, the answer is yes.
Correct.
Okay. The tonnage restriction. I know you looked, and why you looked, at just the 1 year of the order for abatement of the 3,000 tons. Did you look at any restriction that lasted longer than a year, or have you, either as an agency or independently?
As part of our analysis, we also ran models to show what would happen if you did 3,000 tons until the landfill closed. And
Good.
yeah, and I don't have the analysis here, but it still doesn't make as much impact as if you reduced the organics in the waste stream.
Does it make a bigger impact than just 3,000 tons 1 year?
Of course it does.
And would it be a noticeable impact?
In terms of the landfill gas odor, no, because remember, the new tonnage being disposed is going into cells that have correctly operating landfill gas collection systems. So in terms of landfill gas odors, that's not going to be an issue. The landfill gas odors is from the previously disposed prior to 2015, where we had the impacted mass.
But if that's true, just so I can understand, why do we see any reduction at all when you reduce tonnage? If all of the odors or all of the gas is coming from the previously the 9-inch, the problem area, then why do we see any reduction at all in that chart?
If you put less trash, you're going to have less gas. Mm-hmm. But the new trash that you put in, it goes, like I said, it goes in the area that's not problematic because we're not using soil, we're using ADC. So you're getting more gas, but that gas is collected and controlled. Mm-hmm. The odor is coming from the previously impacted area, not the newly impacted area. Not the new area where we're putting trash in.
So that's why we see the two columns where most of it, assuming 75% efficiency, most of the reductions you're getting are also being destroyed.
Yes, but the reductions are from the new trash, and that reduction, that gas that's produced is not problematic. So you're actually looking at it correctly. If you're assuming that that reduction impacts landfill gas odors, that's an incorrect reading of that chart. Mm-hmm. That chart is only a theoretical reduction in the amount of gas that's produced. But even if that gas is there, that's gas that's not going to be problematic because that is, like I said, in the area where there's going to be properly operating landfill gas collection system.
I'm just not getting to the final point. It's because it's in a properly operating system, so it's being destroyed.
It's being collected. And it's not blowing through the side slopes.
Okay.
In burps.
Okay. The final question I had was regard to that in DD, in that presentation that you gave regarding the impact of tonnage reductions, and the page where it says fresh trash odor, that the practical impact, less trash, less odor, and you agreed with Mr. Bruin's question regarding that it would be addressed with all the things listed, addressed in change of hours of operation, addressed in new operational requirements. But you agreed with a change in hours of operation only if it were all the other analysis done and it was phased in. So that won't be addressed immediately. That would be addressed over time.
When you change the hours of operation, it doesn't mean that the odors go away. They just get shifted to another time. Mm-hmm. So in a realistic scheme, it may be that less people complain because the trash isn't creating the odors during those hours, but the odors are still being created in different hours. And part of the consideration of looking at changing of hours is because the weather patterns start to shift in later hours. Like I said, these are a complex analysis. It's not looking at one single thing. You have to look at many different factors. We're not getting rid of odors. We're moving odors.
Let me ask you another question. Is it fair to say that these 4 ways that fresh trash odors are addressed, they will take time to implement.
Everything takes time.
Okay. So they will not be implemented right away under the order for abatement, they'll take time.
A lot of those things can be implemented right away, like improving the cover. So those are, and of course, alternative daily cover is already ongoing, but the pilot program ends after a year. We're requesting that it be continued because it is showing promise.
But the alternative daily cover is not addressing the fresh trash odor, is that correct?
No, because it is in a sense that from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., when the landfill closes, that alternative daily cover goes on the trash that's disposed that day. Mm-hmm. So there is fresh trash odors underneath, but those fresh trash odors are not going through the plastic. Plastic is a lot less impermeable than some soil.
Okay, so let me just go through them one by one, just really quickly. So the fresh trash odor, the first thing you have, it has a practical impact, less trash, less odor. Address via change in hours of operation, you've already talked a little bit about that, that's just spreading it out. Addressed in new operational requirements, some of those or most of those will take time to implement, would you say, over the life of the order for abatement?
It depends on how fast they can order, like the equipment, like the additional misters, the orchard fans and things like that, and implementing the new technologies.
Okay. And what about changes in transfer station practices? Would that also take some time?
Yes, because if the equipment is needed at the transfer stations to apply the absorbents and things like that, that has to be ordered, and there is a lag time from ordering to installation.
Right. And then state mandated programs, that's referring to organics or?
Yes,
Okay.
and hopefully.
And that clearly takes some time?
Yes.
Okay. So, and that will not be over the life of this order for abatement, is that correct?
Well, we can always ask that the state and city move it up.
But it's projected, according to your testimony, for 2020 as an interim and 2029 or 25.
For the city of Los Angeles, have implemented an exclusive franchise system. So the city is going to be controlling the trash from all homes and all businesses. And the city is looking at implementing organics diversion as fast as possible. Okay. So that's the good thing. We just hope to push them along a little faster.
That would be great. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Mr. Sung, in Exhibit DD, there's a graph that shows the calculated impact of 3,000 ton per day tonnage reduction for 1 year duration. And it appears to show very little change. You also told us of the impact of a continuing tonnage reduction. The models that are used to predict these the generation of gas, how long have they been around?
Since the 70s.
This model that was used here?
Yes. It's long established, used internationally, and continually updated. Different versions come out every couple years.
Current version?
Yes, this is what the most current version.
When was that?
I think this was last year.
How different might the results be from the prior version?
It's not much difference. It's just some refinement, and even with the current model, my research staff actually customized it for the waste composition received at Sunshine Canyon Landfill. The original US EPA model uses the average composition for the whole United States. And that's not really reflective of California, much less Los Angeles, because of our success of our recycling programs. So this model that you see up there was generated with a composition that's specific for Sunshine Canyon Landfill. The Sunshine Canyon Local Enforcement Agency did a very, very extensive waste composition study for the entire waste shed for all the trash received at Sunshine Canyon. And that is the composition that's put into this model.
Okay. In slide 58, there's a comment at the bottom. It says, takes time.
Madam Clerk?
Yes.
The conditions in the proposed order for abatement will take time to see fruit. Is that correct?
Correct.
How long will it take for the community to begin to enjoy the fruit of those efforts?
Depends on how fast they can order and install the equipment, and how fast Republic can implement the intermediate cover enhancements.
Years?
No. We're looking at, I think the Sunshine Canyon Local Enforcement Agency approved of all the proposed enhancements to intermediate cover earlier this year, I think as far back as April, but it's pending approval by the Department of Public Works, LA County Department of Public Works. So there's a bunch of regulatory agencies that actually have to approve it, and that's actually holding that up. So one of the things that can be done is just better coordination and collaboration between the regulatory agencies.
If we have that better coordination and the respondent is able to implement those, how long will it take?
The respondent, Republic was ready to implement the alternative, the intermediate cover, but it's actually currently being held up by the approval process for Public Works. So we're just waiting. As soon as they say okay, then they can get going on it.
So we can expect, in the best of all worlds, a substantial improvement in a year, 2 years, 5 years?
No, I would say within 6 months, as soon as we can get these things put in.
Thank you.
Chairman, I was certainly not inclined to object to your question, but I also want to remind you, there was testimony from Mr. Sang about about there already being appreciable improvements based on the pilot project of the ADC, and you also saw his complaint analysis. So I would just like to point out that there was some testimony that things may be getting better based on the improvements that we've already seen,
Even now.
even now.
Thank you.
And just to add to that, the district believes that an enforceable abatement order is necessary to keep the pressure on in terms of timing and commitments.
Thank you.
Chairman.
We're going to take a quick break, 15 minutes. Reconvene at, it's getting late. Let's make it 10 minutes and reconvene at 3:30. We are back on the record. Where were we? Oh. Senator, you had a question for the witness?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I needed a lawyer, he always told me, he says, good lawyers don't ask questions unless they already know what the answer is going to be before they ask the question. So you're an expert witness, so I'm going to be very careful. Let me just say that you gave some history about the landfill, Sunshine Canyon. Talked about the merger between the county and the city joint powers agreement. Before the merger, was the county using that section of the landfill?
Yes.
And when did they start doing that? When did that open? You talked about the history, so let me know.
I don't remember it right off my head, but I have all the numbers. Yes. Oh, here it is. Got it. Yes, number 7.
Or just, let me just look. 1996, 1998. So the county was 1996, was it? Open, that's when the county opened in 1996. And the city opened as a private in 1958. And again, all right, my question is this. Is the county landfill section adjacent to the residents, to your knowledge?
Can we bring up the first aerial? No. The aerial is after that. So if you look at the bottom right-hand side, you see the houses. That's Granada Hills. The yellow line to the left is county, to the right is the city.
So they're both adjacent?
It's operated as one landfill now, so the landfill is adjacent to the community.
And the city is closer, would you say?
Yes, for the political boundary, correct.
And the residents were there before 1958.
I wasn't around at that time. I mean, I was around, but I wasn't in the U.S.
I was, and they were building in that area at that time.
Okay.
Low-income houses for veterans. So the landfill came after the residents were already established, I believe.
I wouldn't
Anyway.
know.
Senator Holden, objection, that assumes facts, not in evidence.
That being the case, I'll accept your objection.
Thank you, sir.
Let me say that you also mentioned that 80% of the trash deposited at the landfill came from transfer station.
Correct.
Were they bused in?
Not on buses. They come in on transfer trailers.
Okay, very good.
Specialty designed vehicles to haul trash long distances, so you don't have to drive a lot of individual trash trucks.
That's a fun question. Roughly how many trucks per day?
I don't know that one.
And you also gave some recommendations what should be done at the transfer station before they brought the trash to Sunshine Canyon, is that correct?
I said that our recommendations will be forthcoming in about a month. We're finishing the study of all the Republic transfer stations and all of the non-Republic owned and operated transfer stations.
So it's looking at it from the overall system process. You got the Sunshine Canyon landfill, contribute to the problem as it is. You have the transfer station contributing a major portion of the problem to the landfill, because that's where it's coming from, the transfer station.
And then the residents and the business send their trash to the transfer stations.
I understand.
Okay.
So your recommendation will be coming forth in about a month?
For the transfer stations.
Well, we've had reason to believe that most of the trash transported from transfer station use diesel. You don't know anything about that, do you?
I don't know too much about it, but there is clean fuel requirements for garbage trucks.
Thank you.
Dr. Lerner?
Is there any way you can, until this whole thing sort of, the dust settles and everything is negotiated, is there any way that you can get to the landfill that is already covered with soil in these compartments, these cells? Is there any way you can take some of them, at least experimentally, and put holes in them or anything to improve the situation, at least in a small area of this huge landfill, this mile-long landfill, that would actually show that there is a way of trying to improve the situation for the community? In other words, try to do something on a short-term basis in an experimental way to see if that is helpful. I mean, I thought in my own mind, just blow up an area in a controlled way and then put the plastic on and the sealant and the cells and, you know, improve matters. But I think that's just being very fanciful. So I'm asking you to sort of think out of the box for a moment. Is there any way that you could experiment in the same way that you've experimented in that green area that you shown in one of your graphs? Thank you.
Oh, Dr. Lerner, before he answers the question, just to give you some perspective, I know some of the other board members have been sitting on this matter since 2010. The message to the district is the community had study fatigue. And we did do numerous studies from meteorology, weather patterns, all kinds of different things at the landfill. And so, the point of this order before the board now is to do very specific operational changes or applications of things identified, by the experts and the other agencies. So, we'll absolutely consider anything and, take into consideration anything that the board suggests, but the reason why there's a limited amount of studies sought in this order is based upon the message from the community of study fatigue of our approaches in previous orders.
Let me just respond to that by saying, I understand what the abatement's all about, but there's something that you can do in the meantime to find out a little bit more. That's what I'm asking.
Well, there's a lot of things I can do, but I need the resources to do them.
And the legal authority.
Yeah. So, from my perspective, one of the most important things is really to implement the intermediate cover enhancements, because like you saw, it is the major area that's exposed and where the landfill gas is coming from. So that's something we can do like tomorrow, but we're waiting for approval from other agencies. We're kind of held up by that. If I didn't have to wait, I'd say, go ahead, Republic, go do that yesterday.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Apparently not. Mr. Sung, the board very much appreciates the information you have imparted to us. This board and its predecessors have held many, many hearings on landfills many are now closed, going back to operating industries in Puente Hills and BKK and West Covina. And I don't think we've ever had as good an understanding of how a landfill operates, how it works, what works and what doesn't work. And very much appreciate your help. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Ms. Manwaring, what's next?
The district could proceed with its next witness, but I do remind the chairman, I believe a public comment card was submitted after we began this morning.
I have not received it.
Okay.
Okay. I did want, indicate earlier that I would indicate at least for tomorrow's hearing, what we would be setting aside for public comment. And I think the most efficient way to handle it is to set aside the time from 3:30 to 4 p.m. Tomorrow for members of the public who wish to testify. And this way they have a time certain, and we will limit it to 30 minutes. I think that'll be more than adequate. Ms. Manwaring, did you wish to begin with another witness?
I'm going to defer to my colleague, Mr. Sanchez.
The district can start with this next witness, Mr. Chairman.
Let's do it.
Okay. The district calls Dr. Ramin Yazdani. Dr. Yazdani, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Ramin Yazdani, Raminyazdani.
And did you take the oath?
Yes, I did.
And do you have a degree in engineering?
Yes, I do. I have a PhD from UC Davis in civil and environmental engineering, and also a master's and a bachelor's in agricultural engineering.
Do you possess a California engineering license?
Yes, I do. I'm a registered civil engineer in the state of California.
And how long have you been licensed in California?
Since 1992.
And who is your current employer?
I currently work for Yolo County Division of Integrated Waste Management.
And what is your position with the county?
I'm the senior civil engineer.
And can you summarize your engineering or the requirements of your position with the county?
Yes, I'm responsible for operations, design, permitting, environmental compliance for both landfill and gas system.
And so do you operate a landfill for the Yolo County?
Yes, I do.
And how long have you been doing that?
Since on and off since 1990. I had different positions and different capacities at the department.
And do you participate in academic research on engineering landfills?
Yes, I'm also a faculty member at UC Davis in Davis, California, and conduct research directly related to landfills, more of applied research. These are large-scale test projects. I've conducted over 7 different large-scale tests for the state of California, for CalRecycle, California Energy Commission, Department of Energy, National Energy Technology Laboratory.
And let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 9. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is my CV for my current CV, 2016.
And can you briefly summarize it for us?
Yes, so my research work at UC Davis and Yolo County, it's a joint research. I collaborate with at least 5 different research institutions, as well as published over 60 different reports and peer-reviewed journals in waste management and other well-recognized research journals, as well as various task force. I've been with the Cal Recycle. I've been involved in bioreactor landfills, wet landfilling, as well as dry landfilling, in addition to anaerobic digestion and composting, and better management of landfill gas, as well as methods to measure gas collection efficiency, in addition to different ways of reducing greenhouse gas from landfills using biocover material. I've presented at conferences. I'm a Solid Waste Association of North America member, as well as the Public Works Association member.
And have you provided publications or technical reports in the areas you've just described?
Yes, I have over 12 different technical reports and over 56 publications and presentations.
And were you trained by the South Coast Air Quality Management District to review operations at Sunshine Canyon Landfill?
Yes, I was.
And when did that occur?
In 2014, I was approached by Nick Sanchez to look at landfill issue at the Sunshine Canyon.
And what were you specifically asked to do?
I was asked to review documents and evaluate the gas system and come up with various different alternatives to improve the gas collection system and reduce odor at the landfill.
Did you review data regarding the landfill's operations?
Yes, I did.
And what did you look at?
I reviewed some of the technical reports that were prepared by other consultants that did the landfill gas modeling, in addition to the odor reports that was prepared by other consultants, as well as the permit for the landfill, the gas surface scanning reports. I also looked at some of the geotechnical reports, as well as other reports. I can't remember them all. They were all related to operation and design of the landfill.
Let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that 8 or A?
8 is in the 8.
Thank you.
And going to page 33 of that document, does that accurately list the documents you reviewed as part of your review of the landfill's operations?
That's correct. Some of these are papers that I referenced. They're not all documents that were published by the Sunshine Canyon Landfill. I referred to publications and other papers that I felt was relevant to this landfill.
And did you visit the landfill as part of this project?
Yes, I did.
And what were you looking for during your visits?
Basically to learn about the overall operation, as well as the gas collection practices, the gas installation, as well as measures that were taken to improve the gas collection system.
Did you work with any other consultants as part of your analysis?
Yes, I did. I identified HydroGeoChem as the a company that has done baropneumatic test. This is a test that was developed to determine the gas production rate in situ using pressure measurements in the landfill. And they were hired to install monitoring points within the existing landfill close to 3 wells that were identified, and then a report was produced. I was involved in the installation of these monitoring wells, as well as the modeling, review the modeling assumptions, in addition to the review of the paper that was published.
And let me pause right here. So you mentioned HGC, and I believe you said baropneumatic pneumatic testing.
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
So the normal determination of landfill gas production is, as it was explained earlier, a landfill gem model is used, which basically makes certain assumptions without getting in too much detail, and then the gas generation is determined. In the baropneumatic test, you actually install pressure transducers at different depths in the landfill to determine the response of the landfill to the pumping well. So you have a gas well that you're collecting the landfill gas. It's under suction. You measure at a distance, at different depths. You measure the response of the landfill to the collection well. And so they selected 2 locations in the city landfill and one, actually 2 locations, the county side landfill, then 1 location at the city, and they installed these monitoring wells close to a well, and for about 4 days monitored the well for pressure and during collection of the gas, and then once the gas system was turned off, the response of the pressure transducers to the collection of gas. And then certain parameters were determined, back calculated from the test, and then a computer model was developed in order to predict the total gas generation, which was reported in the document.
So just so I understand, you dug holes into the landfill, you installed methods to measure the amount of gas generated based upon 3 areas within Sunshine Canyon landfill?
No, not exactly. The pressure, atmospheric pressure was measured, and also the internal pressure in the landfill was also measured, and those information was used to determine, it's called reverse modeling, was used to determine the parameters that the actual landfill was, the condition that the landfill was seeing, and therefore the calculation was done to determine the gas production.
And let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 7. Is that the report that was generated by HGC as part of that testing?
Yes, that is correct.
And you mentioned atmospheric pressure on the landfill. What impact, if any, does that have at gas generation?
Earlier it was discussed the burping of the landfill. What the technical term used in the field is called pneumatic pumping, which means the landfill will see a change in the atmospheric will affect the gas volumes in the landfill. So if you have a cloudy day, you have a low pressure, then the gas in the landfill will expand. And then you have a high pressure, where it's a clear day, you have a high pressure, the gases in the landfill, we tend to compress. So during those times where the barometric pressure is low, then you will see a gas escaping the surface of the landfill more than when the weather is clear. So that is called pneumatic pumping.
Did you participate in the field work done by HGC as part of their report?
Yes, I was there when they drilled the wells, or the monitoring wells, where they installed the pressure transducers, and then for about 3 or 4 days they conducted this baropneumatic test in the field.
And did you review the report generated by HGC?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to form an opinion as to the sufficiency of the operations, being conducted at the landfill?
Yes, the 3 locations, again, these were selected based on the areas where they were seeing potentially surface emissions, and one in the old areas where they did not use the soil layers, and then the 2 areas where this 9 inches of soil was applied. And in one area, the well was flooded at the bottom. These were 100 feet deep monitoring points that they installed, and they were able to measure pressure in some of these monitoring points, but in other areas, actually I should explain, there were different cover depths over the landfill. In one area there was 1.5 feet of cover soil, another area 6 feet, and then the last point was about 10 feet or so dirt was placed over the cover. Did I answer all your?
Yeah, let me, just to be clear, You said you tested 3 areas, that's correct?
That's correct.
And how many of the areas included area where the 9 inches of soil was applied for?
2 of the areas, they had the 9-inch, and the old city landfill did not have the 9-inch soil cover.
And did you find, based on the data from the test you performed, whether landfill gas being generated was being captured efficiently?
The result of the testing showed that there some at deeper areas of landfill, the response to the barometric changes was not seen, which meant that you're not collecting the gas at the deeper sections. The surface of the landfill, more porosity was shown in the upper zone, and also the cover material was not thick enough to prevent gas escaping from the landfill. So therefore, recommendations were made to improve both the cover thickness or compaction of the cover, and also dewater the landfill in order to improve the gas collection efficiency in those areas.
And can uncollected landfill gas be a source of odors?
Yes, it can.
And how is that?
Well, it carries with it non-methane organic compounds, NMOCs, which was described earlier, can travel downstream from the source and cause a nuisance.
And you mentioned that you looked at the surface emission reports generated by the landfill?
Yes, I have.
And can you describe the data in those reports and what you were looking for?
Basically looking at instantaneous readings that are over the limit as listed in the permit, and also integrated, which is 25 ppm integrated and over 500 ppm. And there are a number of locations, mostly on the side slopes, that are over the limits.
And I think one of the board members asked earlier, how is it that they get the data, or what equipment do they use to take readings?
This is called a flame ionization detector, which is an instrument that can measure these non-methane, well, it basically measures the parts per million of gas that's coming off the surface. It's usually they walk the surface 6 inches over the probe is held 6 inches over the surface of the landfill, and it continuously collects data as the person walks over the surface of the landfill. And that information is downloaded and reduced to an integrated number. And if there's a 500 ppm measurement, normally these instruments have a GPS, so you can identify the location where the hit was, and then they have to be corrected.
Mr. Sanchez, the time is 4 p.m.
Okay, we can stop at this point.
Very good. Before we do, anything we're going to start with Dr. Yazdani?
Yes,
Yazdani tomorrow?
Yes, the plan is to continue with Dr. Yazdani, have one of the inspectors from the Sunshine Canyon LEA, and then start with the district inspector, Larry Israel, assigned, and who was responsible for investigating most of the odor complaints that were received during the last 3 years. And then I would just add, at this time, we've scheduled about 24 public witnesses to testify on November 5th in the community, which is our only Saturday hearing date. We continue to try to see if we can get some of those witnesses to come during the weekly hearings that are before that. So if I'm unsuccessful to try to get less people to come on that day and come on other days, I will coordinate with the board and respondents to possibly relay the need for another Saturday hearing. I think all the parties were trying to not have the need to do that, but it may be unavoidable, and so I will keep the board apprised of that. But if I'm unable to coordinate otherwise, I will be seeking another Saturday to accommodate the amount of witnesses needed to all appear to cover that testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Brun?
I neglected at the end of Mr. Sung's testimony to offer exhibits CC and DD in evidence. Those are the two PowerPoints I went over with him.
Mr. Sanchez, or Ms. Manwaring, any objection?
No objection to the entry of those exhibits.
Exhibits CC and DD are in evidence. If there's nothing further, then we will, before we adjourn, once again, we will reserve the half hour from 3:30 to 4 p.m., the time of adjournment for public testimony. And if there's nothing else, we are adjourned for the day. Thank you.
Tommy, you gonna carry anything?
Okay, I just gotta load up.
You're gonna leave your exhibits here? I've got them on my iPad.
Yeah, the exhibit line is here. Thanks.
Being so easy on me.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, sir, I appreciate that. Okay, so anyway.
We met a long time ago.
Well, that's when I was young.
No, you're still young. You're still like young.
But I retired 14 years ago.
I know.
Hey, Grandpa.
You need anything else from me, or?
That's great.
He's my grandfather.
I don't have no electronic version.
19 is,
I don't know what 19 is, weather data or something like that, maybe.
oh, that's not ready yet. Karen just provided 20 today, I think. Yeah, 20 was Eugene's PowerPoint. Okay, so I'll ask her to load that up for you either now or tomorrow. And then 19 hasn't, our witness was out of the country for 19.
Okay.
So Mary will probably have that ready.
I have a flash drive if you want to just transfer 20.
Oh,
As opposed to uploading it? Right now.
Yeah, this will be locked, everything should be fine.
I'm giving you. Is that? Oh, is it on there? Yeah. Oh. Yeah. I could do it this way too. You know what? It's great. Let's do it this way. There we go. That way you don't lose your flash drive. How big is it? It's not. It's too big for me to. I think the flash drive is 4 gigs. I think we're. Oh yeah. How big are those wood AKMD flash drives? Because I just gave him one to put on. No, I don't know. He said it's not very big. He said it's only. So I suppose even if it's the smallest possible, like 250.
issue date.